And we're live. Welcome to the inaugural Life Sciences Investment Summit. I'm your host, Zach Storms, founder and chief organizer of Startup TNT, and I'm here with the CEO of our co-hosting organization, Andrew McIsaac, CEO of Applied Pharmaceutical Innovations. Andrew, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm doing great, Andrew. Did you dress up nice for this occasion, Andrew?
I did. I wore my TNT
Pink tie.
tie, which is actually my only tie. I don't normally wear ties.
Oh, look at that. All right. Well, I think we're going to make a great dynamic duo. Listen, welcome, everybody. Andrew and I have been talking about this for a long time. I don't know if you remember this, Andrew. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was roughly a year ago, almost to the day, that you actually pitched to us, we should do a Life Sciences Investment Summit together. Live at an event like this, except it was virtual, so I was in my basement and you were on a computer screen.
Yeah, I was on my couch.
So listen, everybody, we come here every single Thursday, not necessarily this physical location, but every single Thursday, 149 weeks to have fun, to make friends, build companies together. And every now and then we put together a really fun investment summit where we get real angels, many of them investing for the very first time, to pool their funds and invest together into a great company. And this is the first time we're doing it for the life sciences industry. So Andrew, can you just give us a quick overview? What is life sciences?
Life sciences is a pretty broad category, actually. But for this, we're talking about companies that are working with a physical product and are focused on something related to health, be it human or animal, and face a regulatory pathway to get to the market. It's different than traditional tech, because in some cases a company won't be able to get to selling a product until maybe 10 years down the road. So it's a different paradigm. But I do know some of our top 5 panelists will also have products that are available right now. But we'll see who takes the cake.
Yes, that's right. It's going to be an exciting night. So, let's overview for everybody what's happening today. Because a lot of times we have people coming in for the first time, they're not sure what's going on. This is not simply a pitch competition where people are pitching for a prize. We have 38 investors that have all put their money in, $5,000 each. Andrew's actually one of them, pooling their funds together. I'm one of them too. I'm excited about that. Working together as a team, doing 8 weeks of due diligence. Many of them are here joining us tonight. And together they're going to invest in at least one company. But what happens every time we do one of these summits? Andrew? How many companies get funded?
A lot.
A lot. More than one. So there's no reason to believe that only one of these companies is worthy of investment. I think they're probably all worthy of investment. We got really great companies here today. But before we get to the main event, which is our pitch finale, we've got some hard-hitting panels coming up. You know what the first one is?
No clue.
It's called Meet the Investors. We're going to bring up a few of our investors, and we're going to get to know, what motivates them to get into angel investing, a little bit of behind the scenes about what happens in our due diligence process. And then actually, the second panel features Andrew McIsaac. It's called What's Going On in Life Sciences Anyways? It sort of sounds like a comedy show, actually. Should we expect some laughs?
Yeah, it's sort of like, whose line is it anyway?
What's going on anyways? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Andrew and Edmonton Global and our friends down in Calgary, Innovate Calgary, are coming in to talk about what's going on in the life sciences community. And then finally, before we get to the main event, we've got Colin coming in from Entos Pharmarceuticals. Colin's already here.
Hi, Colin.
And Colin, now that you're here, I want to ask this question, Colin. I know that name is Irish and it's St. Patrick's Day. Are you in fact Irish? Today you are, of course you are. Yes, we're all Irish on St. Patrick's Day. Okay, are we missing anything?
I think we're good for now.
I think we're good. Does everyone know what's going on? Are we ready to get this show going? That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Okay, let's bring up our first panelists. Actually, before we do that, there's one more thing that I really need to remember. And that is, who's helping us organize this thing? It's not just you and me. It's not just API and Startup TNT. There's a whole host of people hanging out.
I think there is probably a list of many people.
Many people. Okay, Edmonton Global is one of our sponsors. Yeah. They're hosting one of the panels today.
They are. In fact, Edmonton Global is the sponsor.
The sponsor. They are the sponsor. And we also have 6 organizing partners. And you know what I love about them? It's a mixture of people that are investors and also people that are like API supporting the entrepreneurs. So we got Innovate Edmonton, Innovate Calgary. We got W21C down in Calgary.
Health Cities.
Health Cities up here in Edmonton. Who else we got? And also, members of Health Cities team also investing with us. Who am I missing? Thin Air Labs, one of the great investment group out of Calgary. And Halo Health. Oh my gosh. Halo Health recruited a bunch of physician investors. Some of them are here with us tonight. They brought so much value to the team. And then the UC Health Fund also brought a whole bunch of value to the team. Okay, so I think with that, we are probably ready to meet our first group of panelists. Okay, let's bring him up here.
We call him up.
We call him up here. Christine. Let's hear it for Christine. Sandra. Let's hear it for Sandra. Joban flew in all the way from Vancouver. Joban, welcome, Joban. And Nikhil. Nikhil, welcome, Nikhil. Nikhil's actually part of Pulse Medica, the company that just raised money at our last investment summit, and he just gave us a tour and a demo. Okay, guys, I'm going to sit next to you, and we're going to kick this off. Okay, let's do introductions. So let's just do a quick round table. State your name, quick background on who you are, and why you got involved. Nikhil, kick it off for us.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm Nikhil Bedi. I currently work for Pulse Medica as Senior Manager, Operations and BD. My quick background, I've been in the startup world for around 5-6 years right now. Started with a plastic recycling company, did a bunch of things there, and then went over to the venture capital industry, and I was with the UC funds who are also organizing partners for this event, and now I'm at Pulse Medica.
Yeah, and I first met Nikhil as an intern at the University of Alberta Health Hub and Accelerator that we also just visited. So small community, great to have you, Nikhil. All right, let's go to Christine.
Hello. All right, I'm Christine. This is my first summit as an investor. I had a company that pitched at the second one of these, so I've been on the other side. I'm definitely more familiar with that. But yeah, I consult in life sciences and with emerging technologies. Can I say them? Yeah, I can say them. Yeah. So Nimble Science in Calgary, Environmental Material Science, and Health Gauge in Edmonton are the three right now. I love that stage of company. That's why I'm here. And really, I'm investing because my partner invested in the last 3 summits, and he did a bad job of due diligence.
Cut out the game.
I know, and I was like,
Christine.
I got to get into it.
Nathan's also wonderful. We like
He's lovely.
Christine, I should point out, Christine, I think was at our very first Thursday night tradition way back,
It's
May
true.
16th, 2019. Remember it so well. I turned 35 that day. Okay, Sandra's here. Sandra, please tell us about yourself. I want everyone to make sure they know exactly what your background is.
My name is Sandra Stable. My background, I have a background in direct clinical care as an exercise physiologist, working in primary care. Spent some time with a government funding organization and some time at a startup. And right now I'm doing some consulting with kind of 1 foot in the startup space, 1 foot in philanthropy, and 1 foot in health systems, I'd say. So sort of
You have
like
3 feet.
She
That's
has 3 feet.
amazing.
That's a lot of feet. They're big feet.
I have big feet.
Yeah, well, you used to work for a government agency. Now you run your own consulting business, striking out your own. We love to see people joining the startup community from the government. There's nothing wrong with working in the government, of course. We love those people too. Joban, all the way from Vancouver. Is this your first time in Edmonton?
That's right.
That's right. How are you doing today?
Doing good.
Okay,
Doing good.
tell us a little bit of background about you.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Joban Paul. I'm based out of Vancouver at UBC. Currently has done 2 years of med school there, 2 years long, and also a fellow at Halo Health, one of the site co-leads for the BC site. Got involved with the startup space and venture space for the last 2 years. Prior to that, had a couple small businesses. Nothing in the venture space particularly, but right now loving the angel scene, loving angel investing, love the community, and seeing how I can contribute.
Okay, Joban, let's start with you to kick off a topic here. What is angel investing and why are you here?
Sure. So sorry about that. I like I mentioned, was involved in small businesses prior. I feel like angel investing is investing into the other subsector, whereas venture investments, you're looking for something that has moonshot potential. You're looking for something that can change the way we go about our days, change the way we do something in the world, and really perhaps have a global impact. I think angel investing is funding those ideas, not only with capital, but with resources, connections, and other ways in which we can really layer on things and create a positive sum game to help create abundance in society.
That's awesome. Would you consider yourself an angel investor?
Yes, I would, by definition.
Congratulations. Well, the reason I asked this question is I think the first time I started angel investing, I didn't really like to tell people that I was an angel investor. I felt a little,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
you know what I mean? Yeah, imposter syndrome, I think is maybe.
That's how I feel right
That's how
now.
you feel?
100%.
Because my money actually isn't in any company yet. It's with you.
Okay. That's going to change tonight. Okay. Well, Sandra, do you want to add to that? Tell us a little bit about getting involved, approachability of angel investing, intimidation factors. What's it like behind the scenes of the process?
Yeah, it's a space that I think I was intimidated by for years, even though I kind of worked in the space of funding companies. I took a course through the U of C in the 51 in the fall called Financial Feminist Investment Lab that I highly recommend. And it just kind of gave me that little bit of extra confidence and knowledge on like the due diligence process, and made me realize that actually the process isn't as like hardcore as we would, well, not hardcore, but I think I expected it to be like very like tight and regulated, but a lot of it is based on relationships and based on kind of getting to know the entrepreneur. And so that it sort of like helped me kind of get my guard down taking that course. And then I was looking for an opportunity to actually put the knowledge into practice, and was coming out to the Thursday night TNT beers a few times and thought this seemed like an approachable group, and it certainly was.
I hope so. We hope to be
You're
approachable.
so approachable, Zach.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, did anybody want to share a little bit about the process? Maybe Christine, you want to tell us a little bit like what's actually going on behind the scenes? How do we make this decision?
It's such a good question. So actually, before this started, I should say, I was like, oh man, I want to address bias in this, because like it's an exercise in bias when you're forming a consensus opinion. So do you have the capacity to take on new information when somebody who's maybe had more time than you to like dig into a company can come and give you something new? And I really think that's what the process for TNT does. It's like going through rounds and switching up teams and having that like new person, Joban, just wants to like dig right into a company and goes, hey, wait, we didn't look at that yet. So to me, this that removes the biggest bias. And
Joban is a spy.
Yeah, he is. It's true.
Really, really strong investigative skills and Google skills.
Absolutely. But at the same time, like what Sandra said, it's not that there's this intense formal process behind it. It's understanding the business, and as you said, talking to the founders. It's like you're building a relationship with them so you can understand what their vision is.
Absolutely. It's very personal investing, right? I find
True.
it's, you want that financial return, of course, but you're investing often in a local company, making local impact. You're getting to know people on the human level. You get to be part of their story in a very small way. So I think bias is actually super, super important question to think about. Something we think about as organizers, which is the investment team diverse enough in their knowledge base, in their backgrounds, that they can understand companies, they can relate to the founders. So
Can I add one more thing?
yeah, of
As
course. I'm just trying to
This
get
is
some reaction
awesome.
here.
Yeah, no. I'm just going to go out and say that venture capital can be a little bit, what is it? Pale, male, and stale. And I
She
mean,
said it.
I did, and it's fine.
I represent it. She said it.
But we love you, Zach. It's fine. But there's us sitting here, and we look a little bit or a lot like the CEOs of the companies that we're investing in. Like life sciences is incredibly diverse. So the people that we're talking to come from everywhere. And I think the approachability, and it's pretty chill. You can be an investor with a 5K investment. And yeah, you can't do that everywhere. I feel like there might be a little bit more, like there's walls around the big VCs, right, Joban? And yeah, this one was more approachable.
Yeah, it's approachable, relationship building, on-ramp to angel investing is how one person thinks. So let's go to Nikhil.
Yeah.
You were part of a VC firm. You've done a lot of due diligence.
Sorry, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the best things I think came out of the process was, so there's some people that are really critical while they're doing due diligence, and there are some people that are really supportive. I think the combination of like these people getting together, switching teams, talking about different companies, the result that comes out, I mean, there can never be a neutral result, but I think it's a very fair kind of a scenario that we see with the company. What's going on with this, and this happens in the VC world. In the VC world, you're trying to find mistakes, and that's what when I came and I started the due diligence process on some of the companies here, I felt I was really critical, but there were some other people that were really supportive. They said, what, it's an early stage company, you're looking for this, but they're going to learn as they build the company. And I think that mixture of different kinds of people coming together, I think that's amazing.
Well, I agree with you. I think it's easy for investors to talk themselves out of deals, which is why I love this process, because we're all committed to doing a deal. We're doing minimum one deal. So the conversation is about which deal we're doing. It's not about like, let's not do any deals. Because you can always find a reason not to do a deal at this stage. There's so many unanswered questions.
I have a thought to add there.
You want to?
Yeah. So building on what Nick just said there, if like the Swiss cheese model for risk mitigation that's used in aviation or all these other industries, right? Startup TNT does that organically, right? Because of the nature of how it's put together, there's people from different backgrounds coming together with different skill sets, and everyone's covering different areas and gaps that we have, and hopefully nothing gets through all the way to the end. And we find what we think is ideally, it's all a relative skill, like you said, right? You could talk yourself out of any investment, especially in the angel stage, because there's so many things that could go wrong. But the key is, I guess, for that allocation, right? Which is what 5K, the low barrier to entry, I think is a great way to get started, right? Because you can find something that's 10 times riskier and allocate 5K instead of 50,000 and mitigate that risk financially.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, one of our goals at TNT is to build relationships among the investors themselves, between the investors and the entrepreneurs. And you guys have any stories you want to share about relationships through this process?
Yeah, I had a super positive experience building relationships in the process. Like I said, this is my first angel investing experience, and I ended up being one of the lead investors on one of the investments. And so I happily did it and happily kind of did all the coordination. But I had kind of this power team of people helping me out. So there's quite a lot of investors that have a lot more experience, were like a phone call away, a Slack message away, and they were so incredibly kind and supportive. And at no point did I ever feel like I was like this wasn't my place, or that I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, so the process of like kind of that team building. And the ability to just like tap literally anyone on the shoulder, and some of these people that are investors are really busy people, but for some reason they just like always have the time of day when they're going through the process.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anyone else want to share a story?
I'll just comment here, like, you know, you're sitting in like a session following maybe an hour of due diligence where you ask the hard hitting questions, and then, you know, you gather afterwards and you're like, all right, so cracking jokes, like taking it down a step. And it's like, you want to dig in and you want to understand what this company has. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's the approachability and the diversity. So I'll say, I don't know, it's like, I might have asked some questions of like, what did that acronym stand for that everybody else seemed to understand? And it's like, I can ask that.
CPG.
Yeah. Whoa.
It means two things, especially in life sciences: clinical practice guidelines and customer
Consumer packaged goods.
consumer packaged
It's
goods.
so true. Yeah.
CPG has two meanings. So many acronyms.
But yeah, it was like that would come up in the discussion afterwards, and then I could go, oh, hey, to the accountant that was watching that, like, what did they mean by this? And then, you know, you get that deeper understanding yourself. So you learn so much as an investor.
I'm pretty sure I messaged you on Zoom directly at one point, and I was like, what's the difference between a term sheet and a cap table?
We all found out. It's all good.
It's okay to ask those questions.
Like, they sound like the same thing.
You can
They're
ask
not
that
the same
question.
thing.
We have some resident experts right over here.
I wanted to say one thing about that. So interestingly, all four of us this side are from the same MBA school. And I think I connected more with Sandra and Christine than I did in my MBA program. Like they were all like, they were.
I think I graduated before you started.
But
I am your
we
vintage.
still couldn't connect, and now we connected, right? So talking about relationships, that community getting together, right? Like I think that was a big part of the process.
Nikhil's pointing out that 4 of us have MBAs up here. Is that good or bad?
I don't know.
How do you know if somebody has an MBA? They'll tell you.
I balance it out.
Joban, what about you? You're from Vancouver and you're participating in this Alberta Focus Investment Summit. You know, you're building some relationships here. What was your motivation?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, we were talking about this with Tim yesterday, like kind of this funnel of how you get deal flow, how you kind of come across people. One thing I must say, I guess, like before all that, is just the people here are phenomenal, like super supportive, super helpful. Me and a colleague came over. It's been a day and a half here, and we have another day and a half, and we're just meeting so many fantastic people.
But you're going to go to the mall, right? You mentioned
We'll go
this.
check. That's what our Uber driver told us to do for sightseeing. He said West Edmonton Mall. And I was like, yes, we know. Like other things. But yeah, like phenomenal people, a great community, and it's very supportive. Everyone's very approachable, right? Like Zach is, I would argue, like the first time you see him, you're just like, I want to go hug this guy. And like he's really easy to talk to.
I hope everyone heard that.
Yeah, like that, I think really that filters through the whole organization, and everyone really sees that. And so I guess for me personally, a lot of the things that I see were more so on the health tech side. I did have personal kind of friends and family that were working on things like fintech and real estate and some ventures in that space. But I think this allows me to explore more things in other industries, especially with the Clean Tech Summit and some other summits and the general summits that are coming up. So I love it. It's great.
Awesome. Thank you, Joban. Okay, guys, I'm looking at the time. We probably got about like 5 to 6 minutes left. I'm going to mention if anyone has a question in the audience, we can take audience questions. Otherwise, I'm going to keep yapping away here, which is fine. So you know what do I want to hear? Like somebody kind of hinted at this. I think it was Christine. You guys almost represent like the future of angel investing. You're all, relatively young. You got a lot of years ahead of you. Younger than me, I think. You got a lot of
Exactly
years.
the same age.
All right, I'll stop. I'll dig myself a hole. Anyways, you got a lot of years of angel investing ahead. What are maybe some takeaways from this process about angel investing or the community in general? That's a heavy question.
I think one thing I would say, I think what I was saying earlier, like at the earlier stages, you're not going to get answers to all the questions. But as long as there's from the founder's perspective or from the company's perspective, there's an effort to address all the questions that an investor has. I think that's the biggest thing you should be looking for, because I think at the earlier stages, you're kind of investing in the team. So I think that's a big takeaway from me.
Awesome. We're investing in the team, and everybody gets a chance to meet all the teams tonight in the top 5. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Christine?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, echo that a little bit, but from my perspective, like I kind of threw my partner under the bus earlier because I was like, he was not doing enough due diligence. I'm one of those like people that just wants to dig in. So I got the opportunity to do that, but so many people that I talk to, and then developing these relationships with the actual companies, it's like, oh, it is the team. So many people, like so many things can change over the course of a few months in a fast-paced startup, that it's like you can have the best idea, but you're investing in the people. And yeah, so it's the people that are starting these that really, that's where my mind is going.
People is at the core
Yeah.
of startups and business. One thing on this note, or on this topic that I'd like to note is, studies show that you need to do, I don't know, between 20 and 40 hours of due diligence as an angel investor, traditionally to get in, to make good investment decisions. And so we spread those hours among, a big
Did we?
team of people.
Just kidding. I feel like I definitely put that many hours in.
Well, not maybe you individually, but as a team, the collective wisdom of everybody who participates in their time and efforts adds up to way more than that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it adds up to substantially more than 40 hours among the 40 investors at the table, for sure.
And I want to add one more thing. And it's when that gets spread out, you only have access to what you've dug into. But man, I think my top 5 changed like 4 or 5 times, like throughout the weeks. And what about you guys? Did that happen to you? Like how much? Like how much? Is it set yet?
Yeah, well, this is kind of a groupthink question. Like if everybody goes in with the same like 3 or 4 companies that they love and they never change, I feel like we're doing the entrepreneurs a disservice. So yeah, good question. Or is there movement in people's minds?
Yeah, for sure. So like, I think it comes down to like how you're approaching the different stages, because there's just logistically no way that when you're at the starting of the 40 whatever companies apply, that you're going to dig into one. You don't have the data rooms yet. You're just not going to be able to dig into it. You haven't met the founders yet. You might see videos online or whatnot. You might know them from prior, but you're just going off a deck and some questions in the application. So at that point, you have to be filtering, right? You're just trying to see like, okay, did they put something there? Is there some substance? Is the team look legitimate? And did they put thought into the application? Really, after that stage, you're really, well, for me personally, as I can only speak for myself, I'm changing my approach to then I'm finding, okay, is there any traction? Can I cluster these companies into types of companies? Because the way you evaluate something that goes through regulatory approval and you're going to get is like a biopharma or biotech or anything. It's very different than a CPG or a SaaS company or something that is maybe lower upside potential, but like lower risk because it's like a proven model and they're just finding a better way to do it or they're disrupting the way it's being done. So I think like with that, cluster of companies and then evaluate, okay, how do I rank them? Very subjective, right? Because at the end of the day, how do you compare companies that are drastically different in different spaces? But ultimately, as already mentioned, it comes back down to like the founders and the team, what they have going, because the idea is from the founders. Their funding ability is going to be based on how much the founders can sell. They're like, can they pivot is based on if the founders want to pivot. Are they willing to learn? So everything ties back to what the founders, the core piece. So like the business idea can be great because the founders came up with it. You know what I mean? Like everything ties back to the founders. So at that point, then getting down to like, who are these people? And then that's where I guess it makes sense to put in more time and really dig deep.
Okay, guys, we're almost out of time. So let's go to what's going to happen tonight. We're going to see 5 to 6 p.m., 5 awesome pitches from entrepreneurs, and then the investors are going to deliberate. What do you think's going to happen? What's going to feel?
Smackdown. No, I'm just kidding. I think some of us, we've spent so much time with these founders that there's like, again, back to this personal connection. And so there's definitely, there's kind of not tension in the room, but there's definitely different opinions and different risk tolerance. When there's 40 people in the room, right? Some people are like, yeah, like that risk is being mitigated. Like the founder addressed that. And the other person's like, that's not good enough for me. They're not investable. But we're all putting our money together. But yeah, just in general, all those different, when it comes down to the final, like making that final decision, I'm really curious to see how, when those last comments are going to come out and that last little bit of fight's going to come out, I hope.
I think I know one thing for sure. More than one company is going to get investment. There's so many good companies out there. I think more than one is definitely going to get investment.
Nikhil just called it. Nikhil just called it. He says more than one company's getting funding. All right. Should we end it on that note? Let's give everybody a round of applause. That was awesome. Great start. Thanks so much, everybody. Now, actually, I want to do one thing before we bring on our next panelist. I want to do one thing. You can help me with it, Andrew.
What's that?
In our excitement getting started, I didn't actually have my panelist notes there. Just I don't know if people.
I didn't know there were panelist notes.
I had panelist notes for the panelists, but I actually have the land acknowledgements. I skipped the land acknowledgement, which was a huge mistake. So guys, let's do a proper land acknowledgement. Just listen up for a second, and then we're going to bring on our next panelist, okay? And this land acknowledgement was written by one of our interns, Prairie. So here we go. It all started with a few friends getting together, having drinks and sharing stories. And now every Thursday, in person or online, we gather. Whether we create companies or just discuss ideas, we always have stories to share, stories to hear, stories to write. Storytelling is an integral part of the TNT brand and its community. Not all physically in the same venue today, we still connect through this one land that we all share under our feet. A land that has carried many peoples before any of us here walk this earth. And tonight we honor those old elders whose stories this land carries. We acknowledge that this land is the traditional territory of the people of Treaty 6 here in Edmonton and Treaty 7 down in Calgary. And tonight we honor their mission to gather community and share stories together. So with that, let's move on to our next panel. And actually, Andrew McIsaac here is featured along with our host. Who's hosting us?
Riya from Edmonton
Riya
Global.
from Edmonton Global. Let's do a big
up.
round of applause. And we're also going to have Bill joining us from Innovate Calgary and the UC Fund. Are we able to get Bill on the stage?
Yeah,
Here
I'm
he
here.
is. Bill is here. All right, I'm
Nice
going to
to
hand
see
it over
you.
to you guys.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, where do you want me to start? Is that the host seat?
No, you can sit right next to me.
Oh, wow.
Well, do you want to sit in the middle?
Okay, why don't you sit in the middle? So you've got Bill on one side.
Oh, okay, let's see. Okay. Really nice, what a nice stage. Oh, wow. It's nice to see all of you today. Hi, so you guys don't probably know me all that well. Some of you I can see, some of you I think I know from past experience, but my name is Riya. And I'm the VP of Strategy and Innovation with Edmonton Global, and I get to work with really great folks like Andrew, and I'm really glad to be here today too. As well as Bill out in Innovate Calgary. And you guys also may not know, I spent some time out in Calgary. Bill, I actually used to work for Innovate Calgary, so I'm a big fan of Innovate Calgary as well. So I think we're here to talk about, what are we here to talk about?
Well, you're I've relinquished my duties as a host, and now I'm just a lowly bottom of the earth panelist.
Okay. All right. Let me see what we're taking. Okay.
My apologies to the other panelists.
So I think we're here to talk about the life sciences, right? Is that right? So what's happening in the life sciences here anyway? I think it's
Yes, we are.
Yeah, that's exciting. Okay, so maybe I'll give you some quick stats on Alberta and the life sciences. So Alberta's pharmaceutical and life sciences industry is the fourth largest in Canada, next to Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. We have more than 200 life sciences companies here, 60% of which are in the medical technology and devices, health, biotechnology, and pharmaceutical sectors. In 2019 alone, Alberta's pharmaceutical and life sciences companies attracted $430 million in private capital investment, generated $824 million in revenue, and supported more than 15,000 high-paying jobs. Wow, that's a mouthful. So lots of really great things that are happening. So maybe you guys can give me some insights on what you're seeing in the life sciences industries in Alberta as well. So
Sure.
Andrew, I'll start with you.
Well, there's a lot of momentum. The past few years really have been transformational for the life sciences globally, and not for a good reason. But the result of COVID-19 is we've really looked at the value that this sector provides, the challenges that exist in putting drugs on the market, bringing new treatments to patients, as well as the big potential. And I think especially too, as Alberta has sort of charted this course where we've been moving from a resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy, a lot of people have begun to realize the extreme amount of potential that exists in the sector. And it's, up here in Edmonton, we have companies that are doing really great things and continuing to grow, everything from the smaller ones like Entos, and I know that Colin will be up here later, to the larger established ones like the Gilead manufacturing plant. Down in Calgary, there's been phenomenal announcements like Parvis with a $1 billion licensing deal, a lot more. I don't want to steal any of Bill's thunder, but I think right now the opportunity here is huge, and it's not a coincidence that both Calgary and Edmonton have made the life sciences economic development priorities, and the province has as well.
Bill, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, there's a whole lot going on, and I can tell you, from the Calgary side of things, I've been here a little over 2 years. We track all of the life science companies here, and when I first came here, that count was around 120, 130, and that count today is north of 150 companies. And so these are all active companies that are located in the Calgary area. Most are small startup companies. There are, for example, over 70 that live in the Life Science Innovation Hub that were coming from you today. And there's a number of other success stories here. Companies like Circle Cardiovascular Imaging, that's been around over a decade, that has between 150 and 200 employees and have sold software as a medical device across the globe. Circle Neurovascular Imaging, which came out of the Calgary Stroke Program, just signed a deal with GE back in the fall, and I think you'll hear new news there. Parvis, as Andrew just mentioned, signed a $1 billion deal 2-3 years ago with Genentech. Other companies, Resver Logic, 3 compounds in phase 3. Willow, it was an interesting University of Calgary startup. Willow went public on the Toronto Stock Exchange. There was a split in the company, and then half the company formed a company called Magic Med, which then became Enveric. Now that's a NASDAQ traded company with a huge footprint here in Calgary and growing quickly. Kent Imaging, that has a medical device on the market that you all know of. Nanolysis, which makes benchtop NMRs. Northern RNA and Providence, which just signed a deal with a Chinese pharmaceutical company between $100 and $400 million. And other companies like Oncolytics that have been around 20 years, that have 4 drugs in phase 2, 3 drugs in phase 1. So a whole lot going on in Calgary in the life sciences, I can tell you that.
that sounds really exciting. And definitely, I think there is quite a bit going on. You guys use a couple of terms. You used the term biotech and medtech a couple of times. Can you explain what biotech is, maybe, Andrew? And if I can get you, Bill, to talk about medtech.
Sure. Well, there's a lot of terms within the life sciences, and everyone has their own definitions of them. Some people think about biotech, and what they're talking about is, getting natural sort of substances using fermentation, those types of companies. Whereas other people think of biotech and they think of companies that are working within the biologic space. And both definitions are true. Even if you're looking at the pharma space, people were afraid of the term pharma because of connotations with big pharma, and so a lot of companies that would traditionally be viewed as a pharma company then refer to themselves as a biotech. So there's a lot of language and a lot of sort of overlapping definitions, and so to really figure out whether someone is a biotech or a med tech, you sort of need to ask them where they see themselves, and then maybe poke a little bit at the definition that they've got there. We use life sciences as our terminology because it's generally the largest term we could think of to cover all aspects that we work with. And maybe Bill for med tech, is that resonating with you?
Yeah, I think so. MedTech broadly is really any technology that's applied to healthcare, really. So typically that's medical devices, it's diagnostics. You'll hear the phrase digital health a lot these days. Digital health is everything from precision medicine to new medical informatics and bioinformatics technologies. So the terms are fun. Life sciences we've always viewed broadly, and that can include even things like environmental testing. We have one company in the building that takes biomass from wood and turns that into a refinable fuel grade oil. And so life science is very broad, medtech very broad as well.
Very cool. Thank you. And thanks for those great definitions, actually. So can you guys tell me about some leading companies in the region and what they do? Maybe Andrew, if I can give you the start.
Sure. So I'll leave out Entos because I know we're going to get a little bit more of an in-depth summary because they're here. But if we're talking about some of the large ones in the sector here, Gilead, of course, is a good example. And it's an example of the type of industry that we can grow here and what companies will mature into. So they started out actually as a spin out from the Faculty of Chemistry at the U of A as a chemical manufacturer. And they ended up having a whole bunch of clients in the pharma industry sort of vying for their pipeline as they continued to grow. And eventually one of those clients, Gilead, decided, we want to ensure that we always have the capacity when we need it as we move our compounds through sort of the later stage clinical trial and early stage market manufacturing. And so they ended up buying out the company, and now it is called Gilead Alberta, but it really is a company that was founded in Alberta and grew in Alberta, and now they've got about 500 employees and a $500 million plant here in Edmonton that, well, for example, is at the core of the drug development industry. So in the early days of COVID-19, the first approved antiviral, remdesivir, was manufactured in Edmonton. And if you ask people on the street here in Alberta, about what we did in the pandemic, they'll say, well, we did some research, we've got scrappy companies that are trying to get in there. But actually the first drugs that were given under a real authorization were manufactured in Edmonton and then shipped down to Foster City, California for fill finish. So we've got some really cool stories like that, and things that, that you wouldn't actually have realized unless you dig a little bit deeper under the surface. And so that's really, what we hope to get out of this summit as well, is getting more companies to come to the region and to build here so that we end up with more of those really, really cool success stories.
Bill, how about on your side?
Yeah, I've covered a lot of the major companies here, success stories, many of which came out of the University of Calgary. But I do echo Andrew's comment about bringing companies here. And we've worked very hard over the last few years to put in place all of the resources in terms of physical space, in terms of programming, in terms of pre and seed stage investment funds, to actually be a destination, to be able to pull ground zero talent. And in fact, we have programs like the Life Science Fellowship, in which we actively recruit companies across Canada and across North America to come live in our facility, take full advantage of everything that we've built, grow up here, and hopefully receive investment here as well.
But that's something that I think we need to bring more attention to. I think there's a lot of alignment here that, you know, in order to build a successful cluster, we don't need to be just good at commercializing our own IP. We just need to be good at commercializing IP. And it makes it easier for everyone. And so if we're attracting companies here and doing it, or growing them out of our post-secondary system, it all helps in aggregate and builds that industry that really gets the critical mass to become, you know, the next big biotech hub or cluster.
Yeah, you're speaking my language. I used to work in that space, and I totally get it. So yeah, I agree. And it does sound like we're pretty humble here in the Alberta region. Is that what you guys feel like too? You feel like we're a little humble?
Except for me, I'm not humble, but yeah.
I think as an outsider who just moved here 2 years ago, I think the nature of Alberta is to be humble. But I'd also put on the table that it's important to get the word out. There's a lot going on here. You know, my career has taken me all over the United States. This is my first role in Canada, but I have not been to any other city that isn't an elite, you know, tier 1 biotech place that has as much resources and as much going on for it right now as, and I'm speaking Calgary because I don't know Edmonton. You know, I haven't been to Edmonton, or I don't know too much about what's going on there because of COVID. But really, it's a really exciting place to be. I'm happy to be here, and yeah, I think it will be a destination for companies to come here.
Well, we have to give kudos to what you guys are doing down in Calgary, because it is a phenomenal ecosystem, and the amount of effort that's going in through UC, through through most of the organizing parties from Calgary that are part of this summit. It's really phenomenal. And even to that point of, you know, the global stuff that we have here. Well, yesterday we announced a program with Pfizer run by a gentleman who came out of U of A and became the global head of clinical pharmacology for Pfizer. And so this is a guy who oversaw all of their drug development, from the vaccine that many of us have in our arms to, you know, the new antiviral that came online from them. And they see this region as one that's worth coming back to and engaging in, especially now as things become a little bit more digital, where you can build a global team. And the talent coming out of our post-secondary institutions is huge. So I think that we're just getting started, and as those barriers disappear, we'll get a lot more traction. And then at the same time, on the supply side, as barriers go up, we'll also get a traction as a market that can sort of provide that access and that ability for companies to have resiliency in their supply chains. And so you'll see a lot of investments in the sort of you know, intermediate stage production. You'll see companies that are looking to build stuff here that maybe wouldn't have worked you know, sort of 5 years ago, but now make a lot of sense and are sort of core to that whole reevaluation that's happening within the life sciences industry globally.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of thinking about talent. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but in the Edmonton region alone, we have 7 post-secondary institutions and 130,000 post-secondary students. So the level of talent here is certainly amazing. And I think that's a great segue into hearing about what both Innovate Calgary and API are doing. So maybe Bill, if you want to give a little insight on what Innovate Calgary is working on.
Sure. So speaking about the life sciences, I mean, look, we're coming to you from the Life Science Innovation Hub. That's a $40+ million life science incubator and accelerator program. We're sitting in the former Canadian R&D Center of Shell Oil. And so that's about a 120,000 square foot facility. We've got over 70 companies that live in the building. And we offer laboratory space, always in short supply. We have shared laboratory facilities with a couple $1 million of molecular biology equipment. We have programs in which we source instruments at the University of Calgary and have over $100 million of instruments on that roster. We have all of the facilities here to actually come in and do science. We have an expert advisors program with over 70 expert advisors. We have people in there that have run pharmaceutical companies for 20 years, venture capitalists, people who are experts at HR, intellectual property, you name it. But when you need help, we can deploy resources there. we have the Life Science Fellowship. So we've awarded 16 fellowships. Each fellow is awarded up to $200,000 for 2 years to come here, live in the building, and start your biotech company here. And we have, pretty rigorous screening process there. So we've gone out across Canada, across North America to hunt talent and to pull them in here and start those companies. Of those 16 fellowships, we've already invested in 3 of them, working towards closing an investment in the 4th. And I could see at least 2 other investments out of those fellowship companies in the near term. And of those investments, nearly all of them have raised additional follow-on funding as well from professional investors. There's another program here, the E2I program, Evolve to Innovate, that actually teaches faculty and postdocs sort of the tech entrepreneurship 101, what they need to know about intellectual property, company formation, and the like. And the Life Science Innovation Hub, we've protocolized all of our process and all of our business systems here. And the idea is to expand into a multi-hub vision with each hub satisfying a different vertical. So I can tell you that there is a social innovation hub that's in the works right now that leverages everything we've done here to help companies who are pursuing some societal benefit. And we've even put in the USEED, which is our collection of pre and seed stage investment funds, one of those 4 funds is the Social Impact Fund that has some creative financial vehicles. So we can deploy capital into companies that are outside of the venture capital model. And then we have USEED, right? And so USEED today is our collection of pre and seed stage investment funds. There's 4 funds total, 15 million under management. 2 of those funds are under the USEED Health umbrella that we make investments in early stage life science companies. And we're raising 2 funds and have plans to raise more there. So really we have, we have all of the pieces here for you to start your life science company from ground zero, to grow that company, to get seed stage investment, to get follow-on investment. So really that's what we've been working on here hard over the last 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's a lot of stuff. Thanks for sharing. And how about you, Andrew, with API?
Yeah, so our model, for those of you who don't know too much about us, has always been to look at the sort of commercial R&D and translational science that companies need to access in order to grow and scale. So, a lot of startups and spin-offs that start with a founder, who's a researcher who has a great idea, tend to spin their tires when it comes to the point of de-risking the innovation by accessing the real type of commercial R&D that they need to. And so API has grown to essentially provide a couple of different things within the province. One of them is supporting the growth of our local SME and startup and spin-off space by building the capacity for them and providing access to infrastructure and to talented teams. So we've got a core staff of about 40 folks here, mostly in Edmonton. We do have a satellite site at the Life Sciences Innovation Hub in Calgary, which now has 1 FTE. Thanks to the pandemic, we were a little bit derailed in our launch down there, but we've got a little bit of presence there. But the goal is to enable companies to grow here by providing teams in a de-risked environment that they can then hire out as they become successful. The other aspects that we work in is providing the ability for large pharma companies to access the novel innovations that exist within our post-secondary institutions in a way that works for industry. So we do a lot of projects for industry, and that's mostly what funds API. We're pretty much funded by our industry projects and then use the teams that we're doing for industry work with to support the startup and spin-off space. And then the last thing we do is we support economic development by tying in with groups like Edmonton Global, Calgary Economic Development, and others to really put together packages that can help attract companies here by making it easier for them to get off the ground, started, and successful. And really, we try to plug in wherever we can, not duplicate, but empower and work with fine folks like yourself and you, Bill, in Calgary, and everyone else here who's, well, this is a good example here with the summit where we've pulled in folks from across the province and have been doing exactly what we plan to do. We've got startups from Edmonton, we've got startups from Calgary, and we've got ones from outside of our borders coming here, thinking about setting up shop within the region and growing here. And really, I think this is what's going to be the future of the economy here if we pull this off.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it's been so fantastic to work with companies like API. So I don't know if you guys know what Edmonton Global does, but Edmonton Global is the economic development agency for the Edmonton metropolitan region. And our focus really is in attracting investment in the region. So working with companies like API and others, understanding also if you're an Edmonton regional company, what your mandates are and how we can highlight them to the world, I think is fantastic. My watch doesn't seem to want to work. Okay, it looks like we have 9 more minutes. So, maybe I might just, change pace a little bit and just talk a little bit about maybe what's changed over the past few years in the life sciences. So, how has the life sciences industry evolved here in Alberta? And maybe I'll start with you, Bill.
So I've been here 2 years. So I don't have that deep of a background and a viewpoint. But I can tell you, even in the 2 years that I've been here, there's been extraordinary movement forward. So we've built out the Life Science Innovation Hub, and we've packed it, with over 70 companies right now. So that has happened. We've constantly worked to identify gaps in programming and in resources, and then work to fill them. And so some of the programs that I just talked about certainly do that. I can tell you that what we've also done here with USEED has been very interesting. So I told you that USEED is that collection of pre and seed stage investment funds, 4 funds total, more coming. The investment model there has been interesting because what we do is we're frequently first money in the company, not always. We have a pretty rigorous due diligence process. We take companies through that due diligence process, and it really makes those companies investor ready. At the end of that process, it's a 4 to 6 week process. We have an investment summary with a 1-page cover, typically 7 to 10 pages, that distills dozens of hours, hundreds of over 100 hours in some cases of work into an easy to read document. After we place investment, we touch those companies at least once a quarter. And then we have formed over 24 follow-on investment partnerships. And they range from angel syndicates to very large VC funds in the US and Canada. And then we shop those companies. And though we shop those companies to fit the investment thesis of those follow-on investment partners, and we send those companies with that investment summary. So that model is really interesting. It's starting to work. In USEED Health, we've placed 13 investments. We've deployed about $2 million in capital. And a little over a year, those companies have raised over $20 million in follow-on investment. And then some of our partners are there today. We work with startup TNT. We work with Plug and Play. We work with Creative Destruction Labs, the accelerator programs here in Calgary. And we work with groups like Halo Health. So I know that you have Mike Klesiak there, and Luke Sheen is probably there. So once we, vet these companies, we push them into the local investment communities and raise money that way. So yeah, all of this has come about in the last 2 years, and it's been a lot of fun to be a part of it. A lot of fun to see this grow here.
How about you, Andrew?
Well, the first thing that changed is Bill joined. So that definitely, you were one of the changes, Bill. But I'm actually not kidding entirely. We're starting to get a lot of folks who have huge amounts of expertise from around the world coming here and starting to see the potential here within the region. We've sort of seen a lot of the companies that were in the will they, won't they phase begin to really get some big deals behind them and grow. We've had companies that had left come back and redouble their efforts here. Some of the invisible parts of the ecosystem are companies that are headquartered on paper elsewhere, but are actually doing a lot of work here within the province. And that's everything from groups that are out of Vancouver. There's a lot of Vancouver companies within the province that are under the radar because of that, and to sort of global ones like Hepion down in the south end of Edmonton that raised $200 million last year, and their corporate headquarters is Edison, New Jersey, but their R&D headquarters and their leadership team are all in Edmonton. So there's a lot of movement and a lot of excitement that's happening. And it's a really cool time because this is at the beginning of of a real dynamic change. And it's happening across the province in a big way. And I think that a lot has changed, but it's just the beginning of all the things that are really going to happen as some of the early bets we're making begin to pay off. And that starts with a lot of the stuff that, for example, UC is doing down in Calgary. Hopefully the outcomes from this, the investments that are being made in groups like the Lee Cushing Institute of Virology, and we've really built an interplay within the province that's quite good. So Resverologics, one of the star companies down in Calgary, is doing clinical trials in Edmonton. We've got companies that are in Edmonton doing their clinical trials down in Calgary. There's a lot of interplay, and we're starting to engage like a integrated region, which we really need to be in order to compete globally, and it's quite exciting.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm wondering, can we do questions from the audience? Do you guys have any questions? Oh,
Bill has a
Bill
question.
has a question. Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
No,
that.
I just wanted to add to that, to Andrew's comment. The team here is really exciting. It's been a great group of people to work with. John Wilson, who's the CEO of Innovate Calgary, his background is in large, multinationals, and then he started a company before he eventually made his way to Calgary. He brought me in. He brought Pete Santasham in, deep finance background, who did work in the oil and gas industry, did a medical device startup, who got UC'd up off the ground running. He brought in Adam Cragg, who worked for a venture capital firm in New York City, who did programming at MIT and NYU, and brought him here. And not only from within, from outside, but from inside. Now we have guys like Nima Najan here, who runs the Life Science Innovation Hub, who came to Innovate Calgary right out of graduate school. We have Jordana Armstrong, who was recently appointed also as a director, who is a thought leader in this whole idea of social innovation. And so really, it's been really exciting to work with this group of people, both people from Calgary and people from outside, to really get all of this up off the ground and running. So thanks for your nod, Andrew, but this is very much a team effort. I thought it important to point that out.
Okay, well, maybe I'm going to ask now. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Do we have time for one more, or if we're nearing the end? We can wrap it up here. Okay.
Thank you, Bill, for joining us.
Thanks.
We'll check in with you in a little while.
Sounds good.
Am I getting the boot?
You're getting the boot. Great job, Andrew. I just want to reflect on that last comment there about collaboration, because it's been super easy to build a bunch of collaborative people to build this event. So that's been awesome. Listen, I want to just take a moment here. Some of you are already chatting. People want to stand up, stretch for a second, maybe loosen up. No, I'm getting a lot of heads shaking at me, stretching. We got more seats up here. If you guys want to grab a seat. We got one more panel. We got one more panel. Lively audience. We need to get the energy up for our presenters at 5 o'clock, okay? So let's do a little practice. Can we do a little practice for Colin? I'm going to introduce Colin. I want to hear like a little bit of cheering. Is that going to work for people?
Is it going to work for you?
Our next panelist is going to be a fireside chat with Colin Coros from Entos Pharmarceuticals. Let's hear it for Colin. Woo! All right, welcome, Colin. Welcome, Colin. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Zach. It's great to be out here again, right? Networking, seeing people. Been in my basement way too long in the last couple of years.
We actually ran into you earlier today, Colin. Where were you working? You weren't in your basement.
No, for the first time, I was downtown at the Tech Health Accelerator,
Health Hub Innovation Center.
and I was working there. I forgot how nice it is there with the light and all that stuff. So earlier you asked me if I was Irish. It's St. Paddy's Day today. My mother's maiden name is Coleman. I am of Irish stock right here. On Irish Day, you can call me Colin Coleman.
Colin Coleman, here we are. Okay, Colin, let's kick it off. Entos has had a lot of big news that's been announced recently. Some really big success stories come out of Entos. But let's hear a little bit about you first. You used to be the CEO of Delta Genomics.
Yeah, so a little bit of background myself. I have a PhD in biochemistry, molecular biology. Like much of the panelists, an MBA degree as well. After I finished my MBA, I moved to Edmonton, and we spun out a company from the University of Alberta called Delta Genomics. We spun out of the agriculture faculty there, where we set up a genomic and genetic testing facility for animals. When we started, animal breeding is been established for a long time. Canada has some of the best pig and livestock breeds in the world, and we set up a company to help build better animals, breed better animals, and we started off. And when I started, we were doing a very rudimentary technology to identify parentage. It's called microsatellites. We switched to a more modern approach. It was a genetic and genomic approach. By the time I left 4 years later, the entire livestock industry across Canada was using a genomic approach to improve the breeding of animals all across Canada.
Yeah, well, you know, the pace of development in life sciences has been pretty staggering in the last 20 years, which maybe brings us to Entos and the things you guys are doing. So how did you go from there to Entos?
Yeah, so after Delta Genomics, we actually sold that company to a multinational. That company actually set up their headquarters in Edmonton. Some of the people my first hires in that company, they're still working there, still doing all the genetic testing for the Canadian industry here in Edmonton. But after that stint, I worked. I joined Tech Edmonton as executive in residence, part of the Health Accelerator program, where I had the opportunity to work with a lot of different health companies all through the province. Two of the companies I worked with one was a company called NanoTess, which we spun out of the University of Alberta in 2017, and the other one was Entos Pharmarceuticals that we also created in 2017. Both of them from the same founder, Dr. John Lewis, who is still a faculty member here in the Department of Oncology.
Okay, and what's your role at Entos now?
So from the very beginning, I was helping with business development, and so since 2017, which is really just helping reach out, work with companies, try to bring in some more business development into the company. And it was kind of, been working with them for a long time, but for the early years, it was kind of just like a part-time thing where I helped John out as much as I could.
You know, you're talking about business development. There was just a massive press release from Entos in January. It sounded like one of the largest research collaboration agreements I've ever heard of from an Alberta company.
Yeah, so
with Lilly Pharmaceuticals.
Eli Lilly Pharmaceuticals and Entos Pharmaceuticals, we signed a large research co-development agreement. It was $450 million agreement for with the $50 million upfront to help develop the program, $40 million for milestones for each indication we go after, and there's potential for multiple indications, and so it could lead to a multi-billion-dollar deal.
That's incredible. And so tell us a little bit about what the system that's based on. You know, in the press release talks about fusogenics. What is that? And
so yeah,
what's
so
the potential there?
yeah, it's actually a long story, and
Okay.
it's a very interesting
We have
story
25
too.
minutes.
We got 25 minutes. So the story starts back well over 10 years ago, and it starts off in Halifax. There's a professor there of virology called Dr. Roy Duncan. And Dr. Roy Duncan, he was studying a type of virus called orthoreoviruses. For those who don't know, viruses enter our cells and deposit genetic information. The way they get in there is they have these fusion proteins on their outer surface, which allow it to get in. What Dr. Duncan discovered is the world's smallest fusion protein, which is, scientifically very interesting and curiosity from a scientific point of view. But one of the interesting things that came out of that is when he teamed up with Dr. John Lewis, who was out there at the time as well, they decided they asked the question, can we put this small protein in lipid nanoparticles to create virus-like particles? And if we did that, would those particles enter the cell? And it was really, we talked about big things in science in the last few years. This is the genetics and genomics revolution. This was over 10 years ago. This is when the idea of gene therapy was really becoming reality. And at the time, genetic therapies were first hitting the market. And the way that they were delivering these things was they would take the DNA or RNA or whatever carrier you want, and they put in these essentially lipid nanoparticles, and they work great. You put them in the cells, your genetic material goes in there, it's awesome. You put it into mice and it transforms and it's great. And so this was a flying industry. Billions of dollars have been invested, hit, phase 1, phase 2 clinical trials, and they all failed. They failed for a very simple reason. Lipid nanoparticles were using a positively charged lipid nanoparticle to enter the cell. That's how it got in. It turns out our livers process lipid nanoparticles, and positively charged lipid nanoparticles are toxic. So you mean it did not function as a therapeutic in humans.
It was incompatible with cells.
It was incompatible, and so all these programs failed. The whole genetic delivery field fell apart. Nobody wanted to invest in this particular technology anymore. Well, in years past, they developed better ways, different ways to manipulate lipid nanoparticles. It's actually a Canadian discovery, which they have a conditionally charged lipid nanoparticle, so it's neutral and it hits the cells and becomes positive. And this is really the basis of what the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines are today. They use all of this particular technology to deliver genetic medicines, but they're still somewhat toxic and limited.
And so fusogenics.
We don't rely on any positive charge. We use this, this discovery, this little protein that we put in our lipid nanoparticles, and we package up our DNA, our RNA, and then we put it in cells and it works great. We put it in mice and it works great. And we can deliver genetic material with no toxicity. We have way more flexibility. We can target organs other than the liver. We can target larger molecules, smaller molecules, DNA, RNA, and it's really this core technology that Entos has been working with since before 2017. But when we created Entos, it was actually buying the IP from a previous company that Dr. Lewis and Roy Duncan had, that we relaunched it in 2017 here in Edmonton with some collaborators that were interested in testing out our technology with a genetic therapist.
And so what would a timeline look like for one of these fusogenic-based platforms to go from, these kind of early days where I think you're probably just developing, working towards clinical trials, or have you started clinical trials already? And then, to like seeing it actually being used
Well, so
in treating diseases.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is really what's transforming the entire pharmaceutical industry, and it will be for the next 10 to 20 years. And really the story really starts in 2020, which we all know, was the beginning of COVID-19. And in January 2020, COVID-19 hits, March hits, everyone knows it's going to be really, really bad. The first announcements, we were intimately aware of Moderna and BioNTech, those companies, because they were competing technologies of ours. We knew that those technologies would work. We had delivered viruses. We knew the technology was going to work, and we knew our technology was better. March 2020, Dr. Lewis took the team apart and said, we're going to create a COVID-19 vaccine. We're not going to do an RNA vaccine because it's not stable. It requires really cold temperatures. We're going to do a DNA vaccine. We're going to put it in our fusogenic system, and we're going to make this and bring this to the market. By March 2021, we were injecting our first people in our phase 1 clinical study, which for a company in 2019 was 8 employees, full-time employees, and a lot of help behind the scenes. To do that in a year is a miracle. Obviously, Pfizer and Moderna did a little bit faster than us.
They have tens of thousands of employees. For context.
But it was remarkable. It shows the power of, this is why in the next 15, 20 years, genetic medicines is going to transform us all, because you can take an idea, a target, you can create a product and be testing it. It took us a year for the first one. It'll take us much less for the second. And it builds these pipelines for the pharmaceutical companies, and is really transforming the industry.
Okay, and then so what's the benefits of working with Lilly? I can imagine what it is, but maybe just clarify for everybody in the audience. We have a lot of generalists in the audience here, not super familiar with clinical trials and commercializing drugs.
Yeah, so absolutely. So Lilly's not the first company we started working with. We've worked, I mean, basically the model of our company we built was through partnerships and through research collaborations, because VCs don't like to invest in platform companies. They want to know what drug you're producing, they want to know what disease you're treating, and then that's what they're going to fund. And it takes a lot of money to get that point. We had this platform technology, so we're working with a bunch of different companies to prove out our platform. We've been talking and working with Lilly for some time. Lilly reapproached us in 2021, and they said, let's talk again. We have a lot of genetic medicines that we're interested. We'd like to get it work, and we're interested in your technology to target the central and peripheral nervous system, which is the hardest thing to target. Crossing the blood-brain barrier, it's a very difficult situation. This standard lipid nanoparticles couldn't even come close to doing that. But I mean, our technology is flexible enough to do that. We started working with them. We did some preliminary results with them, and then they liked what they saw, and they said, okay, we've got some great ideas. Let's get together. Let's put a program together and start developing drugs to save the world of neurological disease.
It's a very noble goal. Okay, listen, let's talk a little about this other funding announcement that you guys announced from the provincial government, which is focused on building vaccine manufacturing capacity here in Alberta.
Yeah, absolutely. So it, as I mentioned, took us a year to get to our first human in human. We could have done a lot much faster. We didn't have a clinical development team. We didn't have manufacturing set up yet at the scale that would meet clinical approvals. And so we did all that in a year, and it was quite hard, and not quite hard just to do in a year, but we did this in the year of COVID. So our R&D team was restricted to so many people on a bench wearing masks. Supply chains for pharmaceutical were shut down. Supply chains everywhere were shut down. We're lucky enough to team up with the Alberta Cell Therapy Manufacturing Facility, which was already a manufacturing facility here on campus. We had a relationship with them. We didn't need a lot of room to build and make enough product to kind of get to phase 1 clinical trials, and we don't need much for phase 2, and we need a little bit more for phase 3. But if we think of developing drugs for broad diseases, especially ones of vaccines, we need a larger scale manufacturing capacity, which isn't at the kind of scale that we need for creating traditional vaccines. Those are massive infrastructure projects. I mean, our facility could fit in probably the startup Edmonton space with, specialized clean rooms and whatnot. And so this is what we want to do in Edmonton, Alberta. We want to retrofit a existing warehouse. You can put in these modular facilities. You can do clean rooms in 8 to 12 months, and you can be manufacturing within a year. And we know this because this is actually what Moderna and BioNTech did. They didn't have the capacity to make these facilities. They built these facilities in a year, backed by some significant investments by the U.S. government. And so, but we want to do this in Edmonton. And early on in the pandemic, we put in a big application to the Canadian government. We said, we can do this. We can build it. We can make a vaccine. We can do it. I think we said in 8 months, but we did it in a year. And we can build a facility in a year, but we need to build the facility now if we're going to make product in a year. They gave us some funding for our phase 1 clinical trial. They didn't invest in the manufacturing facility, but we sent that proposal to the province, and the province said, if the feds put in money, we'll put in $15.5 million because we want this built here. We're still putting in more applications to try to get that money and start building that facility. And if we can, that facility be able to not only create vaccines for things like COVID, new diseases that come, but also be able to support some of our partner projects like Eli Lilly and others such as BioMarin. We just signed a deal with them too. They do rare diseases, which is an ideal situation for for genetic therapies and stuff.
So you could become a vaccine manufacturing hub in North America, not just for Entos vaccines.
Yeah, no, for globally. I mean, the great things about this new generation of therapy is it doesn't require as much large infrastructure. You can do these things in a fairly small footprint. And we produce liters of this stuff, and you only need, drops of it to make an impact.
Okay, I want to turn our attention to the early days. We've learned a lot here about where you guys are at now, some pretty big accomplishments. Maybe just give us a little context. How big is the team today? You mentioned 8 or so about a year ago.
Yeah, well, so it depends how you count them. I was actually doing
Inhumans.
Well, you mean I get into funding and mode, and they're like, how many T4 employees, how many full-time contractors, how many part-time contractors? So we're a team of 60, 70 different people.
60 or 70?
Yeah, touching
Wow.
the.
Okay.
I mean,
Not all full-time.
not all
60 to
full time,
70.
but 67 people helping us get to where we need to do. Some are specialist consultants that know how to deal with our African regulatory agencies, right? And others are full-time R&D staff or clinical staff that have literally worked 80, 90 hours a week for almost 2 years now.
And how geographically distributed? Because I know that you have operations in San Diego as well.
Yeah, so over the year we have a big R&D presence here at the University of Alberta. We have a lot of R&D staff there. We have people producing material at the ACTM on campus as well. But we also have a San Diego site that we're launching as well to take advantage of some of the additional talent and whatnot down in that area as well.
Okay, let's go back to the origin story then. You mentioned this a little bit. This is a spin-off company from the University of Alberta.
Well, Entos actually predates the.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Let's
get the story straight then.
Yeah.
For the record.
So Entos itself and that technology predates it. So it was spun out of Halifax, but there is some IP associated with the university around some prostate cancer genetic targets that was done here with that technology. But the technology is independent of the university. But I mean, we have leveraged a lot of what we're doing at the university. Dr. Lewis received the largest CIH grant I think ever awarded to do the development of the COVID-19 vaccine, which was a lot of that was done here at the University of Alberta. But yeah, we started with this small scrappy team, and we continue to grow. We just hired a chief medical officer and a new chief business officer. A lot of the people in here would maybe know Jason Ding, who is a well-known healthcare presence here in Edmonton. He joined the team just recently.
Okay, and what about who supported you? Like, what was your mix of funding, and where were you getting this funding from? In the early days.
In the early days, it was cutting. It was hard. It was really funded by the companies that were interested in learning and partnering with us. That's how we funded. We had a little bit of funding from the province here and there, but it was really not much. It's hard to get funding for those kinds of big ideas and stuff. And so in the early days, as I said, I was just helping Entos out as we could, and here and there. And me, John, and I had an agreement. I'll just take some shares in the company, and you don't have to pay me. And I think that turned out pretty good.
So you were working for sweat equity in the early days.
In the early days, yeah.
Okay, and how are you taking use of global talent right now? This is a question. Globalization, COVID makes it easier to work from home.
Well,
You got a distributed team.
It actually did. It's amazing. Like, I've literally worked out of my basement for 2 years now, and we managed to do some pretty major things in that time. But because of what we do, it becomes very specialized. You need regulatory people that know your specifics, and through Zoom, we're able to have these meetings. We did all of our development with Halifax. Roy's still out there. Every Monday for the last year and a half, we were meeting with his team out there that's still doing further testing. We did our phase 1 in Halifax at the Center for Vaccinology out there. We did our recruitments. We're We're now doing our phase 2 in Africa, and we're zooming in with people so we're able to do this quite effectively in this new global world.
That's incredible. Well, listen, we've got quite a few companies participating in our summit that are spinning off from universities or just working in life sciences in general. What kind of advice or take-home messages would you want to share with them?
Well, first of all, you
They're
can have,
starting
I
off
mean,
these early days.
you just go after Zach and you can have fun. I mean, that's the first thing. We're all having fun. And I think the big thing is to remember, I mean, there's a lot of ways to make money out there. We're healthcare researchers, we're entrepreneurs, and we're doing it for a reason, right? We're doing it because we're trying to make an impact on the world. Maybe I'll just kind of give an example. So the other company I'm associated with is called NanoTess. We're developing we use a new way to diagnose disease. It's a really cool technology. I mean, how much time do I get?
So 6 or 7 more minutes.
Oh, we got lots of time. Okay, so it turns out all of our cells emit these little particles. They're actually very similar to these virus particles. There's these little lipid particles that are emitted from every cell in our body, every tissue. And what we've discovered in the last five or so years is this isn't just junk that's coming off our cells. This is part of this sophisticated communication system that our tissues are talking to other tissues and whatnot. And we're starting to understand and decipher these messages. And so we've developed a technology that we can begin to decipher these messages and interpret the disease state of people. Our lead test is a prostate cancer diagnostic test, which is really powerful and really accurate at identifying men with aggressive forms of the disease. And we're in the middle of a pivotal clinical study. We just recruited our 1,500 men into that study. And if you don't know how prostate cancer is diagnosed now, every man, once you hit a certain age, you get something called a PSA test, prostate-specific antigen. And if you have a high level of PSA in your blood, there's a chance you might have prostate cancer. But it turns out there's a lot of reasons you can have high levels of PSA. You ride your bike too long, you have a high level of PSA. And so it actually 80% of the men with high PSA don't even have cancer. 20 and of the 20% that do, 10% of them don't have a cancer that need treated. But what happens is people start getting afraid of the idea of having prostate cancer, and the only way to be definitively to get it is to get a prostate biopsy, which is a very invasive procedure, basically 12 needles out of the prostate, which is about the size of a walnut. And because of the place has to go, it can lead to side effects. Some men can get sepsis, people die. Last summer before, as we start tracking our men through our study, we do follow-ups, and we found out that one of the men, unfortunately, had died from during the study, and he didn't die from prostate cancer. He actually died from side effects of the biopsy, because sometimes these are for older men, and he led to sepsis. And so, I mean, it was devastating, obviously, for everybody, but we are also able to track is it turns out we got the results of the biopsy and he didn't have cancer. And so he underwent this procedure, and it's rare, but he ended up having a side effect. And I mean, this is why we're developing the test, right? If the test was up and going, maybe we would have been able to say, no, you don't have cancer, don't worry about it. You mean just do a PSA again in another year. And I mean, this is why we're in this space, right? And this is what we got to remember. I mean, there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, and you're going to wonder why you're doing this. And maybe I'll just, there's got to be another better way to make some money. But it's not as satisfying. And we've had successes with Entos and NanoTess, but we got a long way to go, right? Real success for companies like us at Entos is going to be not when we get the next big deal, not when we exit, when we're sitting around the table and we're giving our first patients the genetic medicines and it's curing their Alzheimer's, curing their Huntington's, saving them from COVID. And that's our ultimate goal. And that's why we do this. It's what keeps us going 80 hours a week sometimes. And this is why it's so much fun. And that's what I would say.
Well, that's a great message. It sounds to me like, I'll just maybe ask one more follow-up. It sounds like you're balancing two really big jobs between Entos and NanoTess. How do you do that, and how are those two companies related?
Well, so they're the same founder, and so it helps somewhat there. But I mean, I work many hours. One thing about COVID is I didn't travel as much, and so the time I'm saving and traveling, I get to do other things. But we're building up the Entos team, and then hiring more people, and then the hopefully all the workloads go down, and we're going to raise some more money in diagnostics and build that team up even further as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Colin. Maybe if there's any question from the audience for Colin, otherwise we're going to give him a round of applause here. People are anxious to get to those pitches. So let's thank Colin one last time. We've got a couple of minutes. Maybe I should just confirm, is our first presenter here? First presenter's ready to go. Hometown presenter. Are you guys able to try and get some of those people in the background maybe to come in? No, guys, come in, get close. I know people aren't here to see me. They're here to see these awesome presentations. And as we're getting set up for the presenters, maybe I'll share a quick story. Is that okay? I was actually talking to a friend recently, and I said, "Hey, you should join us at Life Sciences Summit." And he said, "That sounds boring." And I was like, "Boring? What part of scientist entrepreneurs that are commercializing cutting-edge technology is boring to you? What part of 38 investors putting their hard-earned dollars together to invest in local companies is boring? What part of coming out of 2 years of COVID to see all these friendly faces and catch up with people you haven't seen in years is boring? Some of our entrepreneurs flew here from Poland today. Let's hear for that. She flew in from Poland. I hope she's still here. Hope she made it in. One flew in from Mexico to come here today. Some of them just drove up from Calgary. And I know Mark had a long journey from the Edmonton suburbs to make it here today. It was grueling. There you go. So listen, everybody bring it in. We're going to get started in just a second. I've got a little opening slide here. I'm going to invite Andrew back on stage. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, but I think we can probably just get started because it's going to take us a few minutes to do this opening. In fact, let me check to see that these are working. Yep. Okay, everything's working. Listen, one thing that I want everyone to think about today is that these entrepreneurs have traveled far and wide. They're here in person. We haven't had in-person events like this in a while. Let's work to make sure every entrepreneur feels like they're pitching to a hometown crowd. Can everybody work with me on this?
There we go.
Let's hear a little bit. Okay. So let's practice with Andrew and I. Maybe can someone introduce us? Maybe Andrew, you can introduce us.
I'll introduce you.
You introduce us. You introduce us. And after you introduce us, let's hear it for. All right. Okay, let's do it.
The one, the only, the founder of Startup TNT. It's Zachary Storms.
Oh my God. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone. So great to see everyone today. And welcome to the inaugural Life Sciences Investment Summit, hosted by Startup TNT and Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation. This has been a long time coming. We've been planning this for a year. It's so great to be here. We just want to give you a quick background on what's happening today. Keep flowing in, get in here, grab a beer. There are beers at the back. Get in here, have some fun. So listen, here's what's happening. Startup TNT gets together every single Thursday. That's what the TNT stands for, Thursday Night Tradition. This is week 149. Our philosophy, have fun, make friends, build companies. Now, and with that simple philosophy, like you're all doing right here tonight, we've actually raised $5 million. Woo! Let's hear for this. 34 companies have raised money. We now have over 200 investors in the network. You'll see all types of companies represented here, but a lot of them are from life sciences. And this is the first time we're doing an investment summit specifically for the life sciences community. People travel far. Jesse's here from Saskatoon. Joban came here from Vancouver. Andrew, tell us about API.
So API, for those of you who weren't watching the earlier sessions, is not-for-profit. And what we're focused on is empowering companies to grow within the life sciences. We work both with our own teams in-house, as well as with a wide variety of collaborators, institutions, infrastructure, and partners across the province, including Startup TNT and the other organizing partners of the summit. And what we do is we build the teams that help companies grow, scale, and de-risk. We help folks essentially leapfrog a lot of the earlier, problems that are, pretty endemic in the life sciences, the valley of death, and we try and get people to grow their companies here within Edmonton, within Alberta, within Canada, and I like to say we have fun doing it.
Well, I think you do. Helping more companies like Entos that we just met. Okay, you mentioned earlier that you were touring a building. Can you tell us anything? Can you give us a little hint about maybe what your future plans are for API?
Oh yeah, so earlier
teaser.
today, we were in the south side of Edmonton at a site called the BBDC, which is a 67,000 square foot life sciences company facility there that we're in the process of taking over. And there's actually a lot of space within the research park that we're hoping to turn into a life sciences campus. Right now, we're in the final stages of a federal government proposal to build a very large facility that will help companies grow and scale here, as well as serve as investment attraction. Yesterday, we announced a partnership with Pfizer. We had the global head of clinical pharmacology for Pfizer here in town, grad of U of A, who we're doing a joint program with. He's one of the guys who oversees like hundreds of scientists at Pfizer, and we're working with him to build talent here, to grow people and companies together.
Well, that's awesome, Andrew. You kept telling me that you had some other important stuff going on today, and I was like, how could anything be more important than this? But now I understand.
I know it's all this week.
Okay, listen, we can't do it alone. Andrew and I reached out to a few other friends in the community, and they all said yes. So big thank you to University of Calgary. We just met Bill from Innovate Calgary and the UC Fund. Health Cities, Innovate Calgary, Halo Health. A lot of these people are going to help us introduce our presenters today. I want to give a special shout out to Halo Health. They attracted a bunch of top quality venture capitalists to join us for some of our education sessions, training local investors to understand how to approach investing in life sciences. Thin Air Labs is helping us, great investment group down in Calgary. W21C, and actually one of the members of W21C also joined us to invest with us today. Innovate Edmonton, where we're actually hosting us here right now in this location. Let's give it up for them. And Edmonton Global, our sponsor. Woo! So thanks everybody. Let's cheer for the sponsors. Big round of applause. Okay, so I would like to share this slide. Why are we doing this? What are we doing here? Entrepreneurs are the dreamers that refuse to accept the world for what it is. And they see it for what it could be, and then they go out and they try and make that world happen. I just want to give a little shout out also to Andrew, a not-for-profit entrepreneur going out and seeing the world. All the entrepreneurs in this room.
And I would like to give a shout out to you, a not-for-profit entrepreneur.
And how about all the 5 entrepreneurs who are to pitch to us today? Let's give a little shout out right now. Let's hear it for them. And I like to remind people about what's going on here today. This is the culmination of 8 weeks. We have a bunch of investors that each put in $5,000 up front. They don't know who the companies are. They don't even know who the other investors are. But they believe in the process. They believe that there are good local companies to invest in. There's great life sciences companies building their technologies here in Alberta or in partnership with the Alberta ecosystem. And then they worked collaboratively, doing team-based due diligence. They meet with all the companies in small groups. They report back. They share thousands of messages on Slack. They go to weekly meetings on Zoom. They probably each individually, they're putting in like between 1 and 5 hours a week for the last 8 weeks on this process. They're putting a ton of effort into it. And they're making a democratic decision as a team. Each one gets an equal vote and who wins. And we always tell them, the point isn't to have one winner. This isn't like a winner take all situation. We got 5 awesome companies here today. We want to see multiple deals happen. Are we going to see multiple deals happen?
We're going to see multiple.
We're going to see multiple deals happen. Let's hear it for side deals. So we're going to get to the pitches in just a second. Here's the agenda. We're in the middle of it. The main event's about to happen. Always be pitching. That's what's starting right now. And look at those stats. Look at the stats here. Let's hear it for these stats. 308 tickets sold, 30 people applied. We got 5 pitches at the finale here. Our goal is to see these companies raise over $1 million from the various participants in our summit tonight. Let's enjoy it. Okay, let's get started. Actually, before we get started, can we check in on what's going down in Calgary? Calgary's throwing a party right now. And I think they might have like 40 or 50 people there. Can we get Bill on the phone? Can Bill call in? Can we phone in a friend? Bill's having too much fun. Is there like,
there we go.
Oh, there it is. Just tell them to wave at us. Calgary team, wave at us. What's going on? Let's hear it for you. Make some noise. You're on live television. Woo! All right. I think we're ready to get started. And here to introduce the very first company is the CEO of Innovate Edmonton. She just walked in the door. It's Catherine Warren. Woo! Welcome, Catherine. Tell us what's new and great at Innovate Edmonton first.
Well, we are on a roll thanks to all of you. Just celebrated our first anniversary and could not have done it without the community. So welcome everyone to Innovate Edmonton, home of Startup Edmonton and Startup TNT. We are so delighted to have you here tonight on Treaty 6 territory. Please join me in acknowledging a path to reconciliation, and I'm very grateful for what we can learn about innovating with purpose. And today at Innovate Edmonton, we are positioning our city as a global innovation capital, a city that's tackling these great global challenges like public health, the climate emergency, digital inclusion, reconciliation, social justice, areas where Edmonton has tremendous bench strength. And not only because it's the right thing to do, because of course it is, to tackle global challenges, but this is where the market is. This is where the customers are. And this is where enlightened investors want to put their capital, in these big, juicy global problems. And so all of you tonight are the life sciences change makers. It is so impressive to see what you've done and what you're coming up with, and looking forward to hearing what you're going to pitch tonight. It's particularly meaningful for me because I come from a family of entrepreneurs and investors, and my father was a life sciences VC and entrepreneur who had the original patent, the AIDS portable testing kits. So I am just delighted all these decades later to see what Edmonton can do to change the world right now when the world needs you most. So with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mark Curiel from Mach 32. Mark is a physician, and I believe he came up with this idea as a frontline worker during the pandemic. So over to you, Mark, and many congratulations.
Woo! Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Mark.
What do I put down? Right. I got a lot of slides, so let me just start my timer. All right, hello, welcome, thank you. This is fantastic. I want to take 1 second to say, how good does this feel to be in a room full of people without a mask on? Like, we're out the other side. So let's just do a quick round of applause for everyone here for making it through this pandemic. My name is Mark Curiel. I'm an emergency physician by training. I keep saying I'm an accidental entrepreneur. This choice is becoming less and less accidental and more purposeful every single day. I am the co-founder and co-CEO of Mach 32, and we are revolutionizing pre-hospital hemorrhage management. And why do we care about hemorrhage? Why do we care about massive bleeding? Simply put, massive bleeding is a massive problem. If we want to talk about big, juicy global issues, bleeding to death should be on the front of your list. Why? Because almost 9% of every worldwide death is due to trauma, and half of those are due to uncontrolled bleeding. People are still bleeding to death, and it's 2022. That's insane to me. And if we want to talk about global impact, 200 women every single day die in developing nations from postpartum hemorrhage. These are children who grow up without mothers, without food security. So I got tired. I got tired of watching people wreck themselves on their quad in northern Alberta after drinking a couple pops and crashing it into a tree. I got tired of seeing people come to my emergency room bleeding to death. And that's why we invented I Am Safe. I Am Safe is a high volume auto injector for trauma. I Am Safe is an EpiPen for massive bleeding. And here's what's most important on this slide. You can deliver a dose of a proven life-saving drug at the scene of injury, and up to 15 times the number of first responders can be equipped with this capability. Because right now you need to establish an IV, which is very difficult to do. Why does it matter how quick you give the med? Because the quicker you give the med, the better it works. Data supports this. Where are we with our tech? Well, we have a beta prototype with some very strong formative feedback from law enforcement, firefighters, EMS, and military. We have live tissue testing complete, which went fantastically. We have a large pharmacokinetics study coming up in animals with the Canadian military in about a month's time. We got multiple provisional patents filed. This is a device that works. The regulatory pathway is really interesting, and we can talk about this later, but the one thing I want to point out is we have the opportunity to become the only approved product for treating massive hemorrhage regulated by the FDA. This pathway that we are going down will give us exclusivity for 3 to 5 years for this device, for this indication. Summary of our finances. Well, we've already raised $500,000 in friends and family in the form of a safe note. We have over $750,000 in grant funding. We want to accelerate our production now. We are looking at a massive inflection point in about 3 months, and we only need $500,000 to get there. So we're raising a pre-seed safe note at a $5.5 million cap for a TRL4, TRL5 medical device company with revenue. I'm going to point out with a product on market with revenue at a 15% discount. And we're going to use this for some very important work that will get us to a major inflection point in a very short period of time. But this is what I really want to do here today, because you've heard me pitch and you've heard other people pitch. The due diligence is done. I want to celebrate. Zach, can I still align? I've always wanted to do this. We are live. I don't have the gusto. I want to celebrate the community. I feel so weird saying the word ecosystem. It just feels too businessy for me. But all of these groups are coming together, and I see daily now in interactions with one group meshing to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. All of these groups are people we're working with. All of these groups are helping us succeed, and hopefully they're helping you succeed today too. So thank you to the Edmonton ecosystem, the Alberta ecosystem. Hey, I want to say thank you to USEED. I can confirm the USEED Health Fund has given us the green light for investments. That's pretty exciting. I want to point out some very cool animal work. This is our device injecting contrast agent into live tissue fantastically. We just finished animal work in Memphis. Can I have my team stand up? We couldn't have gotten here without a fantastic internal team. And the one thing I want to point out is that we have significant expertise and experience on commercialization, regulatory, engineering, getting us to market. We have people who have done this. We have people who have worked at Health Canada, and I couldn't ask for a better team. My co-founder, who can't join us today, he's somewhere much sunnier than us right now also. Thank you to my team. And finally, I left this slide blank. I want to thank every single investor in the room. Can the investors stand up? They're all standing around the back. So this slide is blank because it's yet to be filled in. And I'm excited to see who gets put up here. So let me just finish with what sets Mach 32 apart. Right now, I think we have 3 main things I want the investors to focus on. We have end user validation. We have massive interest from military providers who want this device today to save lives of soldiers. This includes DRDC, Canadian Armed Forces Operations Medicine, Special Forces Command, the Royal Canadian Navy, the UK Ministry of Defense, and they are funding tests and protocols for us. You can stretch your dollar. We have over $750,000 in non-dilutive funding. We have a massive animal study ready to go with the Canadian Armed Forces. We're already talking about phase 1 clinical trials with the UK military. And there's an opportunity for an early stage exit. I'm going to drop this last. We're in active discussions with the worldwide head of business development from a multinational pharma corp about licensing our device because they're that interested. So there's a lot of potential with Mach 32. Let's fix and save people. Let's fix some of these major, juicy global problems. Thank you.
That was an awesome presentation. Here, let's practice it together. And
we're live. I inflect up.
And we're live. Okay, one, two, three.
And we're live.
Hey, listen,
I love it.
We got time for a few questions. One of our investors, Mike Kalisiak from the TNT Investment Group, is here to ask a couple of questions. He was the lead investor for the box. So take it away, Mike.
Mike, it's great to meet you in person.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Been on Zoom all the time for the past few weeks. So one question is, so we are raising 500K. So which milestones does it allow you to achieve? And when is your next raise? And what's the plan down the road?
The amount of work we're going to get done with $500,000 is silly because part of this, we're leveraging a lot of grants as well. So this is going to be pharmacologic formulation, enhanced degradation testing of our drug and our container. This is going to be contract manufacturing. This is more animal testing. This is further IP work. And this is working with experts in the field for regulatory, but also for commercialization. In fact, we're signing a contract today working with the co-inventor of the EpiPen, who has a company specifically focused on getting devices to market successfully and into the military. So we are really leveraging our external resources with this and building our internal team. We hired a new head engineer and head of product development as well, which is exciting. So we're doing a lot with a little.
And your next raise would be?
Next raise, we're looking at getting this work done in the next 4 to 6 months. We are planning our seed round after that, and we're looking at least doubling our valuation at that point in time. So a little bit of excitement to get in early. I also want to point out, we have almost half of our $500,000 pre-seed soft circled.
Over the next few months, which of those milestones, I mean, what are the potential risks in your product development and how are you going to mitigate against them? I mean, obviously that the testing you've done last week, I think did de-risk the device significantly, but there are still some potential issues ahead, yeah?
The animal testing took a big amount of risk off. So that's all we're focusing on is de-risking this device to keep making it attractive for investors coming forward. I'm just so excited to get our pharmacokinetic data. It's going to be awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mark. What an awesome start to the evening. Let's hear it for Mark. Keep it going. Brought his beer on stage. What a great presentation to start us off. Okay, well, here to introduce the next presenter, we should have Luke from Halo Health. Here he is. Luke, how are you doing?
I'm well, Zach. How are you?
I'm doing well as well. How's the scene down there in Calgary?
Oh, it's exciting. We got a lot of folks at LSIH all cheering on and having a great time.
Excellent. Luke, tell us a little bit about who Halo Health is and what you guys do.
Sure. My name is Luke Sheen. I'm the executive director of Halo Health. Halo Health is Canada's physician angel group. In short, we're a group of over 300 physician investor advisors across Canada. And in 2 years, have invested in 29 healthcare startups so far with 3 exits to date. It's a real honor for us to be part of such a wonderful tradition with you guys, and also work with strong ecosystem partners here in Alberta to support local healthcare startups. Speaking of local healthcare startups, Allskin comes to mind and is an example of a great local healthcare startup that we had the pleasure to work with. In fact, they are in the skin patch testing, and they're looking to disrupt the skincare industry overall. So without further ado, I'd actually like to hand it over to the co-founder of All Skin, Dr. Ryan Lewinson.
Actually, it's actually Isabel, the other coach.
Oh, Isabel's
Why don't you
there.
guys both stand up for a second? Ryan and Isabel are both here. Let's hear a big round of applause.
Awesome.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabel Valorant, and I'm one of the co-founders of AllScan. And we're so excited to be here tonight to talk to you about our venture. So the three of us are physicians specializing in dermatology, but we also have backgrounds as scientists. Myself, I have a PhD in epidemiology, and my expertise is in the area of big data science, statistics, and AI ML. And I'm also a certified makeup artist. And we've got Ryan Lewinson here, who has a PhD in biomedical engineering, and his expertise is in AI, ML, and in engineering product development. And we've got our third co-founder, who's Matt Hughes, and he's joining us virtually tonight. His background is in chemistry, biology, and math, and he's going to be the first among the three of us to be a board-certified dermatologist in just a few short months. He's also our resident social media influencer, and he's had over 3 million views on his TikTok platform in just the last 2 months. So at AllSkin, we're also super fortunate to have the opportunity to work with an amazing team of advisors and collaborators, ranging in expertise from subspecialty areas of dermatology, as well as business and technical expertise too. So coming from dermatology, one of the most common skin conditions that we see every day is skin sensitivity. So it affects 1 in 6 people each year, and it can cause problems like redness or itching or irritation or dryness to the skin, among other types of reactions. This is usually caused by exposure to personal care and cosmetic products. Now, the problem is that really managing these kinds of trigger or managing this, it really relies on avoiding these kind of triggers. But navigating product ingredients is extremely challenging for people with sensitive skin. So that's why we created AllSkin. So our precision skincare and beauty technology really helps people with sensitive skin to make confident product choices. So here's how it works. So we've developed the first at-home skin sensitivity test where people first download our app. They create a profile. They'll enter in basic demographic information as well as their skin type and unique skincare goals. Next, they'll apply our patent pending patch that's pre-filled and water resistant. And at the end of the testing period, they'll take a photo of their skin through the app. And that's when our AI technology that's patent pending kicks in to identify exactly which ingredients their skin is sensitive to. This then links up with our product database containing over 7,000 products on market to identify a skincare routine that will be safe and effective for them. So we believe that the combination of this software plus the patch is what really drives precision skincare. We also think that there's a tremendous opportunity here in the existing $500 billion per year global cosmetics market. And so our target customer will include millennials and Gen Z, mostly females, but males as well. They use personal care products like shaving creams or shampoos and moisturizers. And our product aligns really well with key growth segments such as dermocosmetics, trends in clean beauty, and beauty technology as well. So our main competitive advantage is that we do not have any direct competitors. We are indeed the first and only at-home skin sensitivity test. From a regulatory standpoint, we intend on proceeding via a cosmetic regulatory pathway with Health Canada and the FDA, based on our discussions with a regulatory consultant so far. The reason for this is that we are testing ingredients that are already found on cosmetic shelves, things that are found in moisturizers, in hair care products, and makeup. And the 8 ingredients that we're testing actually account for over 80% of cosmetic sensitivities. Now, our path to market is such that we plan to launch our 2 products this summer, our software and our patch. From the software side, we plan to build in some new features that will really create value for customers and enable customer retention. On the patch side, we plan to do a soft launch in cosmetic dermatology clinics this summer using our own network of cosmetic dermatology colleagues. We will plan to sell the patch for $99 each. And here we're going to do some validation work and further iterate before scaling into a D2C market later this year. Over the next 18 months, we also plan to expand our regulatory pathway to really broaden our claims and expand our moat as well. So we are currently in a pre-seed raise And we are raising a post-money safe of $1.5 million, the 20% discount, and a valuation cap of $6 million. So with the funds, we plan to expand our team and make a few key strategic hires, filling in some gaps around business expertise or product management, as well as bringing on a software developer. Now, with your support, we believe that we can achieve the following outcomes: having our patch out, our app out and deployed, and to have a projected annual run rate of $3.5 million. So in summary, the main advantages for AllSkin is that we are the first to market an at-home skin sensitivity test. And we have in-house AI and dermatology expertise that will really drive innovation forward. And lastly, instead of competing with existing cosmetic brands on market, we are making recommendations for products from brands that consumers already know and love, so we can build trust. So with that, I'd just like to thank you again so much for the opportunity to be here, and we're happy to discuss further and answer your questions. Thank you.
Is Joban, one of our TNT investors that flew in from Vancouver. So Joban, I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Thanks for a phenomenal pitch, Isabel. So we have lots of questions about the regulatory pathway. Can you touch on what the regulatory pathway you chose was and why you chose it?
So we've been working and having some discussions with a regulatory consultant because navigating this path is interesting for us, being really at the intersection between something, in dermatology versus a more kind of cosmetic intersection as well. We've identified that the most likely candidate path for us is to go down that cosmetic regulatory pathway, both in Health Canada and the FDA. But at the same time, we do think that there may be an opportunity to expand that further with regards to proceeding via a Class 1 medical device route as well. That will really help us in terms of expanding our claims around diagnoses or other types of more medically based claims and really expand our moat too. So it is something that we're excited about going down that way as well.
Sounds great. And have you spoken to any companies, cosmetic companies in the space, and what is the feedback you've gotten from them?
So we had a really exciting meeting last week with L'Oreal from their Bold Ventures group, and they're interested in continuing the conversations around this. But what they thought was the most exciting piece was really the combination of the physical patch that people could actually feel on their skin, see the reactions, and get that sense of validation that, I knew I was sensitive to this. And that combined with the software that really helps them find products going forward was something that they were very, very excited about. So we're also excited from the AllSkin side to potentially kind of explore that opportunity further with them. At the same time, we've also been in deep discussions with a large dermatology or cosmetic dermatology clinic that spans multiple provinces across Canada, and they've expressed significant interest in carrying our patches for our soft launch and beyond.
Okay, that's great to hear. I guess through all your guys' work in dermatology, I'm kind of curious, like, what makes you think you're the right team? You guys have some backgrounds there, and you guys have backgrounds in AI and all for the platform. Can you touch on a bit on that?
Yeah, so I think the unique part about us is that we wear multiple hats, really. We wear kind of the scientist hat as well as the dermatology expert. And I think that using data is something that we're really, really excited to do going forward. Having this background in big data and AI and ML, we just see that the opportunities to really arrive at precision-based skincare is something that we think we're the best team to really kind of drive that forward.
Awesome. I guess it's time for questions.
I think we should keep going. Let's give everybody a round of applause.
Sounds good.
Great job. Excellent presentation, Isabel. Thank you for moderating questions, Joban. All right, 2 presentations down, 3 to go. And is Cassandra here from Health Cities? Cassandra, welcome. All right, Cassandra's from Health Cities. She's going to introduce our next speaker. She joined us all day for the innovation tour. Tell us a little bit about what's going on at Health Cities right now.
Yeah, so Health Cities, we're a not-for-profit Canadian-based, but we work with clinicians, innovators, philanthropists to develop new models of care. Those models we're particularly interested in are IoT, AI, ML, and AR, VR. And we believe those models will improve health outcomes and also improve the economic growth in the life sciences and health industry.
That's amazing. Are there any new programs you want to share about us, new initiatives happening right now at Health Cities?
I mean, we have our synthetic data, and I mean, that's a lot to talk about. I would encourage you to go online and read about it, but we're interested in access to data and primary care network, using those clinics already for companies to test, try and validate their solutions, so you can get that clinical data that is so necessary, and then to make these companies more investable.
Well, it's great to have you here, Cassandra. Cassandra's been participating as an investor in Well with us. And listen, before we introduce the next company, I just want to note they're from Vancouver, but they're doing some partnerships here with some Alberta companies. I think one of the co-founders has moved to Alberta, and the CEO unfortunately came under the weather this week, couldn't make the trip, but he's still here like a champ, pitching to us live virtually. So without further ado, let's introduce the next company.
Yes,
Sandra.
it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. David Kim from Difinity, and thank you so much for pushing through your illness to be here. Take it away, Dr. David.
Floor is yours. Let's hear it for him. Let's hear it for him.
Thank you so much for having me. Unfortunately, I got COVID a couple of days ago, so I had to cancel my trips. I was really looking forward to joining everyone there, so I apologize for not being able to make it in person. So I'm David, and I'm the co-founder of Difinity Solutions, and I'm also a board-certified emergency specialist by background, and I want to tell you about a life-saving medical technology. Meet Sarah, a university student in her 20s who was a previous patient of mine who had an accidental overdose at a party. By the time she arrived in my ER, she was suffering from critical brain damage. What she needed was a timely delivery of naloxone, a life-saving medication that acts as an opioid antidote that you must give within 60 seconds or the person could die. Although most public facilities and many concerned citizens now carry naloxone kits, people like Sarah still suffer due to the complexity of the kits. Because when you open the kit, you find a confusing set of equipment and instructions with more than 8 steps involved. People panic and can't give the medication because it's too complicated and takes way too long. This was why we couldn't save Sarah. Sarah is now among the more than 983,000 people who've lost their lives to the opioid epidemic since it all began. In fact, in some provinces and states, this crisis has claimed more lives than COVID-19, homicides, and car crashes combined last year. That's because the current way we give medications is outdated, and there's 3 major problems. The first being needle stick injuries, second, medical errors, and third, speed, where every second counts when it comes to life or death. Now, I want you to meet NeedSwitch, the world's first interchangeable and modular autoinjector for emergency medications. NeedSwitch uses a pod-based plug-and-play medication delivery system, like a Keurig machine, except instead of a cappuccino or latte, our pods contain life-saving medications. So during time-sensitive emergencies like opioid overdose, NeedSwitch breaks down a confusing 8-step process that can take up to 5 minutes into a simple 2-step process that takes less than 30 seconds. It was designed by a team of doctors and engineers to make medication delivery faster, safer, and easier for everyone. Now, importantly, because of this pod-based design, it has applications to various other drug targets like epinephrine for deadly allergic reactions, military medicine, pre-hospital, in-hospital, and even vaccine delivery. We'll initially focus on naloxone with a market size over $3 billion in North America, but we'll quickly expand into other drug targets, and I've identified more than 15 emergency drugs where this will be possible. We're talking about life-saving emergency medications like naloxone, epinephrine, atropine, Tupam, ketamine, diazepam, TXA, and many more. Our goal is for our device to be in the hands of people that need it the most, starting with naloxone. And as a regulated medical device, here's how we're planning to achieve that. We'll obtain regulatory approval with the FDA and Health Canada as a combination product classification, meaning it'll be a device and drug combination. It's important to note we'll only be targeting drugs that are generic and already approved first, so we won't need to do a clinical trial. This significantly accelerates and de-risks our regulatory pathway as we submit each drug under an ANDA under a combination product application. With regards to manufacturing, we've partnered with a top 5 publicly traded US-based medical device manufacturer to produce design lock units for verification and validation testing. We've also partnered with a pharmaceutical manufacturer that will allow us to obtain 100% control over the active pharmaceutical ingredients for naloxone and the future drug targets I previously mentioned. Now, our team is composed of doctors, engineers, business, and regulatory experts. Specifically, we have team members who've taken multiple medical devices all the way through to regulatory approval, and team members with expertise in medication delivery systems. We have also advisors who've successfully exited from other medical device companies who joined our team as soon as they heard about what we were working on. Over the last 2 years, we've worked hard to create a fully functional MVP prototype through multiple iterations. We have a strong IP portfolio with 2 patents, plus a PCT filed ready for national stage. And our next steps are to finalize our device design lock and initiate testing with our regulatory partners in preparation for regulatory submissions. Looking forwards, following projected FDA submission by 2025, our goal market share of 4% for each of the naloxone and epinephrine markets equates to revenues of over $130 million per year after about 2 years of sales. We'll have various opportunities for an exit and look towards the largest value add in consultation with all of our partners. With regards to traction, we have an agreement with a national military partner to perform pilot testing, and we're already speaking with various hospital networks and multiple health authorities and have letters of intent signed with a variety of users, distributors, and purchasers. And as mentioned, we're most excited about partnering with a top 5 contract device and pharmaceutical manufacturer to develop our technology while we maintain 100% of our IP and exclusivity rights to our products in North America. We're raising $1 million to execute our manufacturing and development agreement with our CDMO partners in preparation for regulatory submission with Health Canada, FDA, and the EU. This money will be used to achieve our design lock and technology transfer with our CDMOs on our pathway to verification and validation testing of our injector. We hope you will join us in changing how emergency medications are delivered in the future. We want to give everyone the ability to save people like Sarah with Need Switch. And that's our impact, to make medication delivery faster, safer, and easier for everyone when they need it the most. Thank you.
Woo! Injector, what makes it different than let's say an EpiPen? Like, what's so special about this as an auto injector platform?
Yeah, this is a great question. So I think the big paradigm shift is that an auto injector like EpiPen and all the competitor auto injectors that are out there is made for one drug only. The drug and the cartridge is already built into the system. It's tested as that system and is for one medication. Our device is revolutionary and is a bit of a paradigm shift how auto injectors are designed, because we're the first one to have officially decoupled the injector from the pod. So all you need to do is insert the injector into the pod into the injector, and you can use that as an injector multiple times for that same drug for multi-dose applications, as well as different drugs for down the road applications for all the other drug targets that we're talking about. So I think that's a huge paradigm shift in how injectors will be looked at.
That's wild. And you said you have 2 patents. And can you unpack that a little bit? What of this special stuff is patented?
Yeah, so it's really the sterility aspect of how does a cartridge can be usable with an injector multiple times. And at the same time, how do we use multiple syringes with the injector with a reloadable needle? For example, this needle you can swap off, and after you use it, the needle locks and you put in another needle. And after the cartridge is used, it goes back into the sterile state, so you can accept another injector and then another pod for using for subsequent uses. And our proprietary IP system around that really protects this interchangeable, sterile, and reusable system that I think is super unique and protects that moat around this interchangeable system.
And it must be really hard to get a product all the way through to market. I mean, building a medical device is super tricky. You mentioned a top 5 CDMO partner. Can you unpack that a little bit? What makes this a little bit easier to get to market with the way that you've gone about doing things?
Yeah, that's a great question. So auto injectors are a tricky business too, because it's for emergency use. There's a 99.999% reliability testing component required for any auto-injector. And the way we're de-risking that is working with a contract device manufacturer. It's one of the largest medical device manufacturers in the world that have specific expertise in making auto-injectors. And they work with companies like Pfizer, Mylan, and think about the other injector systems that we all know and love. This company is able to do all of that manufacturing and testing protocols with design for manufacturing in mind to help us finish the verification and validation testing, but at the same time, submit with us to regulatory agencies all the testing required for verification and validation testing for an auto-injector. And they're quite excited to work with us because they know auto-injector system and they know that an interchangeable auto-injector system can be quite revolutionary.
And Zach wants me to stop talking, but one more question. This round opened last year. You have another round coming up. How is Startup TNT slotting into this, and how does that sort of help from a valuation and a round timing perspective for us?
Yeah, that's a great question. We had to move really quickly to move on our contract device manufacturing agreements with the pharmaceutical and CDMO partners. So we're actually reopening this pre-seed round for just TNT, just because we love you guys so much. Meaning that we have a quicker turnaround for a seed round upcoming in the next 6 months.
Beauty. Good work, man. Feel better.
Thank you.
Wait, Tim, don't leave. Tim, don't leave. Dave, thanks so much. Awesome presentation. We're really sorry we couldn't meet you in person, but next time you're in Edmonton. Listen, Tim, this is one of my favorite parts of the show. We have to do shout outs to everyone who's helping us tonight. Let's start with the beer sponsors. Jackie Colville. Let's hear it for Jackie. I don't know Jackie. I'm meeting someone for the first time. She's contributing to the bar tab. The bar is open. You know this person. Venture Mentoring Services.
Lucina texted me. She's like, hey, how can we sponsor this? We got to get some beers going. Lucina, love you. You're awesome. BMS? BMS? If you
Joe is here. Joe is here from BMS.
Thanks, Joe.
And then quite a few anonymous beer sponsors. Over $1,000 in beer sponsors. Hey, how about all this technology that's happening right now? Do you know who's
right
the man behind the mask? Rob Davey, local CEO of Laser City. Actually a mentee in Venture Mentoring Services and an investor with us at Startup TNT. Let's hear it for Rob Davey. Do you know who First Class Upholstery is?
I was told that if you ever want to have pallets not scratch the floor, call these guys.
First Class Upholstery makes first class stages like the one that we're standing on, made out of pallets and plywood and upholstery. Let's hear it for First Class Upholstery. Also run by Brandon Kwong's dad, Albert. Okay, and finally, can we hear it for Leo taking amazing photos? Leo, he's right here in front of us taking amazing photos. All right, we got 2 more speakers left. And here to introduce the next speaker is, I believe, Nicola from W21C. Nicola's here. Nicola, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you guys doing?
We're doing really well. How are things going down in Calgary?
Awesome. Honestly, it's buzzing. Like there's good energy in the room. Obviously, I'm not in the actual room right now, but when I left, it was looking good.
Like techno music playing, like what's happening? People
sure. Yeah. Let's go with that. There's definite excitement, I think.
Tell us a little bit about W21C, what you guys do.
Sure. So W21C, we're based at the University of Calgary. We're a health services research center. So what we can do is we offer third-party, unbiased testing, feedback, and evaluation services to a wide range of clients, including companies like the startups that we're seeing pitched tonight. We also support really early stage digital health innovations through our Spark Calgary program, which is also supported by our friends at Innovate Calgary. And honestly, one day, if we see our Spark teams pitching for investment at a life sciences summit, that would just be a dream for me. So yeah, we're trying to feed innovators into that pipeline.
That sounds like a dream we'd all like to see come true. All right, who's pitching next, Nicola?
So I'm so pleased to introduce Megan Leslie from NanoTess. So NanoTess are looking to disrupt wound care using nanotechnology, starting with diabetic foot ulcers. So honestly, to me, that sounds kind of like magic. So I'm really keen to hear more. So Megan, please take the stage and explain this magic to us all.
Let's welcome Megan. Let's hear it for Megan.
So here's our magic in a bottle, but I want to preface it's really not magic. So we put a lot of hard work and science into creating the product that we have today. As mentioned, my name's Megan Leslie, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of NanoTess. And our vision is really to use nanotechnology innovation to minimize suffering. And it begins with chronic wounds. Diabetic foot ulcers is a problem that's so large that every 20 seconds, someone will actually lose a limb due to these ulcers. And of those who have an amputation, 70% will pass away within the next 5 years. And this is just one type of many chronic wounds. Through our proprietary nanomaterials, we've developed a solution that aims to maximize the wound's potential for natural healing while providing broad spectrum antimicrobial protection against infection, all while seamlessly integrating into existing standard of care. Our competitors on one side are infection focused like silver wound dressings and healing focused like stem cell treatments. And we also view the indirect competitors of amputations and surgical interventions as competitors too, because in treatments of last resort, we've been a tool that has been used to avoid these treatments, like this one. This is a case study of a patient with several comorbidities, including diabetes, who developed stage 4 pressure ulcer. On the left here, or on the right, actually, you can see standard of care with a silver wound dressing over 10 days. And on the left is with our technology. Again, 10 days, significantly reducing the wound at a fraction of the cost. Overall, this wound was able to heal in about a fraction of the time typical for this stage of wound. Wounds like this have to overcome several barriers. And our nanomaterials aim to reduce the threshold needed to overcome those barriers, essentially allowing them to achieve wound closure with less energy. On the dual spectrum side of our technology, we also focus on infection protection and have tested against several pathogens, including 31 strains that are monitored worldwide for their antimicrobial resistance. And we've also tested it against resistant strains of biofilms, both in eliminating biofilms and preventing them, all of being incredibly safe and biocompatible to the wound environment to be conducive to wound healing. In blue, in darker blue, you can see everything we've accomplished to date for getting this product to market. And in light blue, these are the final activities that are needed and will be accomplished within Q2 for our US and Canadian regulatory submissions. But it's more than just about having a great technology. There needs to be the right team to execute it. Myself and my co-founder, Julian, have worked with Fortune 500 companies to solve their toughest challenges and commercialize technologies. And our technology developer actually won the UNESCO World Academy of Science Award for her research in this area. But most importantly, we have an incredible set of mentors and advisors who have been supporting us and who've successfully exited health technologies like this. When we went to look at what's the impact of our technology, we looked to the Institute for Health Economics, and they took our early proof of concept data and ran an analysis to find that within 5 years, we could save AHS $60 million with just diabetic foot ulcer care alone. And this would provide immediate cost savings within year 1. And our team is always really looking towards the future. So we reached out to an executive director of 3M to ask what would make us an attractive acquisition target. So with their help, we are on a pathway to achieving $100 million in sales and have developed a strong network of military partnerships, as well as with long-term care centers and wound care and dermatology centers as well. For milestones, we're really trying to move quickly to be able to provide this product to those who need it most, because this problem is significant and has a severe impact on quality of life. With sponsorship from the Canadian Department of National Defence, we validated our data, and we were able to establish a 10,000 unit per monthly capacity of the tube you see in front of me. We also graduated from CDL Rockies last year and have completed the first of 2 stages of our manufacturing MDSAP audit, which is the final piece needed to get to regulatory approvals and sales. We've also raised a lot of non-dilutive capital, almost $1 million from non-investors, so essentially free money on the cap table. This has allowed us to have over a 1-to-1 matching ratio, a 91% application success rate to what we've applied for, and been really focused in our spending. So we've actually only spent $204,000 of all the investor money we've raised in 18 months. Today, we're looking to raise $1 to $2 million in this financing round, and it's really focused on getting us towards sales, driving forward those opportunities through pilots and market access studies. But I wanted to preface that NanoTess is a material science company beginning with chronic wounds. Like Amazon started with books, we had to start somewhere. And NanoTess, its vision is actually to become a 3M of nanomaterials, where our value is actually compounded by all of the markets that our materials can enhance. These are some that we have within our company today, and is the unique opportunity of investing in NanoTess today because all of this technology resolves under our NanoTess portfolio. So I wanted to thank you so much for listening to me, because in 5 minutes, just imagine 15 people have actually lost their limb due to diabetic foot ulcers, and 10 of these people won't be around with us in 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. Megan also flew in from Mexico because she had a previous trip doing research for her company. Here to ask questions is Chris Edwards from our TNT team, who drove up from Calgary to join us tonight. Chris, take it away.
Scenic drive, happy to be here. So great job, Megan. Insurance companies can be complex to deal with. They're smart guys. What's your plan to have NanoTess secure some reimbursement?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Reimbursement is so important in the life science industries, especially as a medical device product. We actually just completed a project with one of the largest companies, strategic consulting firms, for doing reimbursement strategies. And what they found is they interviewed several payers within the US, these insurance companies, and they were able to tell us that our technology had the potential to be so disruptive that they would see paying a minimum of $300 to upwards of $1,000 for this tube you see in front of me, because the problem that it's solving is such a huge unmet need. They're also really willing and open to collaborate with us on the clinical studies that we're planning with this financing round in order to make them gather the data that will allow them to be able to reimburse them for people who don't have the means to afford them themselves.
It's great, thanks. You mentioned clinical trials in that last part. What's the near-term strategy for your clinical trials?
Yeah, clinical trials are so important to us, and they're a really critical milestone that we're looking to achieve with this financing round. As a medical device class 2, we didn't need a clinical trial to get to regulatory approvals. So we've been really dedicated to getting the work done to get this product available to those who need it most. But then it becomes, we need the trials in order to showcase the true benefit of the technology and convince clinicians, reimbursement companies, and patients themselves that this is a great product to use. So we're planning both an RCT trial design, so a typical gold standard of trial against standard of care, as well as a few pre and post studies where we'll actually see the before the product was used and the after the product was used. So we can measure more than just the health outcomes, but also the economic benefits and the workflow benefits to the clinicians and caregivers themselves.
Okay, and I think we got time for one more. In life sciences, intellectual property is hugely important. What's your strategy around securing your intellectual property?
We really view our IP as an onion, so multi-layered. So we have our global PCTs that are entering their national filing phases, but beyond that, it's about including our manufacturing process as our trade secret, because as a material science company, we make things, we build things, and knowing how we build them is really what makes us special. So we're keeping all of those processes really trade secret, as well as developing a brand. We want to have a brand that makes it feel like we're not just another medical device company. We want to work with the patients. We want to provide affordable and accessible care so that patients will reoccur or come back and purchase our product again and again. Hopefully they won't have to, but they'll recommend others in similar positions to them to do so.
That's great. Well, thanks, Megan. Big hand for Megan and NanoTess.
Thank you, Megan. Even brought a sample with us to share. Okay, our final presenter is up next. We've done 4 pitches. And our final presenter also flew in from afar. She's been in Poland doing humanitarian work. Before you come on stage, though, we need to check in with that Calgary crowd. We have Crystal here. Crystal, how are you doing down in Calgary right now?
I am doing great. I'm feeding off of a lot of Calgary energy out here. Everyone says hi. They told me to say that.
Well, thank you. We missed them. We missed them dearly. We're actually, a bunch of us are going to be seeing all of them on April 7th in 3 weeks. Make sure they all join us for the Clean Tech Summit down in Calgary in 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks from today. Listen, Crystal, tell us a little bit about Thin Air Labs. I love your philosophy. Tell us a little about the organization and your philosophy.
So Thinner Labs, we call ourselves an ecosystem studio. We have both the venture capital arm where we invest in early stage companies with a strong interest in the life sciences sector. That's my personal background as well. We also have a part of our company where we do impact services, meaning we have a specialized consulting, sort of boutique consulting firm that really specializes in early stage startups to help founders grow their companies, access non-dilutive funding, and really scale.
Well, that's all. I love that concept of an ecosystem studio. Okay, Crystal, who's our final presenter of the night? Let's get this crowd riled up. Let's make sure we end really, really strong here. Who's our final presenter?
No pressure. Well, our final presenter will not disappoint. I promise you. Lauren is an absolute pro. She is a very inspiring founder. And without giving too much away about the actual company, I'm gonna actually say a little teaser, and that's whenever I talk about this company, about this founder, to any of my friends who have babies or have had young ones in the past, I tell them about this product, and their immediate reaction is, how can I get one? This is the most amazing thing ever. Or, darn, I wish I had this when I had a baby. So that is my teaser into this one. And I'll let Lauren more elegantly explain all of the details of her amazing company.
Thank you, Crystal. Let's hear it for Lauren from the Natural Nipple.
All right. Well, everyone has nipples, no surprise. So let's just say the word out loud and get any discomfort out of the way. Well, if you've looked at yours lately, you might notice that it's nothing like that bottle, and imagine why an infant may have trouble taking that to feed. So the Natural Nipple was designed for seamless, stress-free breast and bottle feeding, with the only system designed to match mom's shape, feel, and milk flow. So my name is Lauren. As you know, I'm a nurse practitioner, and in my PhD, I was determined to help families essentially give the next generation the best start in life with breast milk, but discovered that bottles are a barrier to that. I was actually shocked to see this is a critical problem for our B2B customer as well. So hospitals right now are losing $50 million every year because of how fast milk is flowing out of their products. The National Science Foundation saw there's no current solution for this and awarded me over $300,000 to solve this problem, because we know by giving babies breast milk for at least 6 months, you save the lives of 1 million children and cut $300 billion in medical costs in the US alone every year. So what started as cutting-edge research to prevent infant mortality quickly grew into this evidence-based solution. And we started by actually 3D scanning women's breasts and measuring lactation averages for the first time to create this predictive nipple sizing and milk flow technology. So how it works is a mom gets latch matched to the best natural nipple for them and their baby with the option of a telehealth consult for clinical support. It's super simple. You take your predictive shape survey, you're sent your updated flow rate to meet your growing baby's feeding demand, and have the option to subscribe to the first year support for breastfeeding. We actually hit the triple bottom line, improving the health of the environment as well as access to care, and an industry growing to be about 158 billion, and our TAM expected to hit 68 billion. We're prepared to address the top pain points that this market is facing with our physical, digital, and data solution. So next, what we intend to do is add a sensor to the bottle that's going to give confidence for your feeding and track it to an app. And then we'll be able to begin essentially correlating a very valuable data set with the option to do immune biome testing and inform parents how to feed best based on their baby's unique gut bacterial profile. And this is actually able to be done into the first 3 years of life, where it's really critical to establish your signature microbiome moving forward. And that actually maximizes the lifetime value of our customer as well. So our initial go-to-market strategy, just based on channel economics, is a direct-to-consumer e-commerce subscription. And that's while our case study is being conducted at the University of Southern California to really demonstrate we provide that hospital cost savings while gaining primacy marketing. Our team consists of myself with the clinical and the research background, our head of clinical ops coming from the NIH with 10 years of experience scaling medical practices, and our head of business who actually started as an intern 3 years ago and is kicking ass and just got 100 horizontal partnerships in the last year alone. So our A team was just featured in Forbes as the next 1,000, Inc.'s Best in Business list, and Vogue just asked us to be in their spring issue. So what we've been really good at during product build is cultivating these select niche partnerships with different partners. And so our collective target market reach is at 4.8 million right now. Where we lack expertise, our advisory board really fills in the gaps. So Matt Herman managed the $96 billion Ascension Ventures Fund for hospitals and really saw how our product could save his clients money. Dr. Manassi is a serial entrepreneur and physician with 500 million in liquidity events in the last year alone. And Mr. Cannon was the former VP of sales for Cardinal Health, so has the medical device distribution expertise. Here's our journey. We started with a grant from the National Science Foundation to really build that business model that went on to win the Florida Blue Clinical Innovation Award. We were then able to file our IP, which Johnson & Johnson picked as the Nursing Innovation Award. And actually were able to beta test the product in June. So parents paid $55 just to see if this made their feeding experience easier. And we had 83% reduction in colic and time to get baby to latch to date. So we're super grateful to have received the same grant from NSF that backs NASA and are applying for phase 2 to begin our smart bottle tech development. So why we're looking for outside capital is really to hire on a head of marketing, a head of operations, begin that app build, and it's 2 million seed raise, which we're about to open. And that will enable us to launch direct to consumer in Q1 of next year. So I'm really excited for this journey to have a sustained impact on the planet while improving health. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Presentation, Lauren. And here to answer questions is Sandra, who's been leading the DD on Natural Nipple this entire time. Take it away, Sandra.
I'm not answering them, I'm asking them. I'll come up and join you, Lauren.
Yes.
So Lauren, it sounds like you are on the brink of having a product on the market. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit more about the timelines for getting this kind of first product to market? What the timelines look like for your app and sensor-enabled bot model, and what the market opportunity is for each of those? Big question.
Yeah, I think, okay. So direct-to-consumer hardware product launching Q1 of next year. And so what we're gonna be able to do simultaneously is begin that app build. In May, we'll likely have that phase 2 award, so that non-dilutive funding will go to the risky product development for the sensor. And we anticipate having that ready in year 3. And so that's a really exciting revenue opportunity because we can actually be reimbursed and make the practices that we are selling, like the pediatricians, money, while also every practice that we onboard make in revenue about 500,000 US dollars. So scale that by 60,000 practices.
Awesome, great opportunity. My second question is around risk mitigation. So we know that global supply chains and manufacturing are being interrupted. What risk mitigation strategies do you have in place as you get your product manufactured right now?
Yeah, I said MISC mitigation earlier today and thought that that was totally normal. But we've actually vetted every single liquid silicone manufacturer in the US, have quotes from them, and have an internal contingency plan. So if they're not able to supply us, then we know who to go to next. There's about 6 in North America. And then also went to our program director at NSF to be like, hey, look, this is the problem we're having. Can we vertically integrate and build our own manufacturing with that phase 2 award? And so I think we're doing the best we can.
Awesome. Last question for you. You spoke about your horizontal partnerships. Can you kind of dive in, unpack that a little bit more about the traction you have to date, leading to your launch here?
Yeah, absolutely. So that slide that showed collectively 4.8 million is because we've partnered with brands like Mamava. I don't know if you've seen their pumping pods, and another one is Solid Starts. Each of these individual brands has like 1.3 million of our exact perinatal audience. And so we're offering them affiliate commissions to essentially do cross marketing. And that's how we intend to lower customer acquisition costs in a direct to consumer launch.
Awesome, Lauren. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now you can go have a drink, girl.
Okay.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Sandra. Finishing strong. Those are all the pitches. Those are all the pitches. What did you think, Andrew?
Well, I'm going to put my money on the winner.
Because I'm an investor. Listen, I want to share something. I love this venue. I love the brick. I love the viewing party to like another party back there where there's food and beer and they're having a good time. I love everyone sitting here. I love the fact that Rob Davey volunteered and we did all the AV in-house. I can't believe it. I love that Leo, who participated in our last summit, is doing photos for us right now. I love that all the investors asked the questions. The entrepreneurs flew in from afar. You're all here in person. Andrew's co-hosting with me. This has been an awesome evening. Thank you so much, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. How about that?
And you know what? Give a round of applause to St. Patrick.
St. Patrick, he needs a round of applause. What a great day to do this. Let's hear it for St. Patrick.
Sorry, it's my Irish heritage. Gotta celebrate the day. St. Patrick's roll of all the
That's
snakes
right.
from Ireland.
Listen, we've got about an hour for the investors to do their final deliberation. They're going to be discussing who the winner is and if and what side deals we're going to do. So listen, we've got about an hour. Food's going. You know who's here to entertain us? Damian Eaves. Let's hear it for Damian Eaves. He'll be playing a little loop music. Let's hear it for Damian. He's ready to go. Is there any other important messages to share? I think that's everything.
That's it. We got to get making
get
decisions.
going. Investors, grab some food, meet us in the back. We're going to make some decisions. Everyone gets to mingle, have some fun, check in with old friends. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back in an hour.
Thank you. Now no going through here?
Yeah, nothing through here now.
I'll switch it over.
Okay, perfect. I'll give you back this.
Yeah, that's so I need
Do you need a drink?
Oh, I got two drinks.
Two drinks
I
there.
haven't opened up the other one yet, so this is basically going to go in here. We're going to keep it on.
Okay, I gotta go get set up.
How much longer? Well received out there? Needs to be well received out there?
I think so. But this kind of thing, I don't know if people typically come and stand near the music. I think they appreciate the background part of it. Yeah. Just that kind of like soft, yeah. Yep, you just have to switch around. We don't have you. Oh, there's nothing playing right now. I could play our tunes.
Hey guys. This is the final piece of formal presentation. I have good news for everyone. More pizza is on the way. Hey-o! Jocelyn's out doing a pizza run. Sorry there wasn't enough food for everyone, but easy solution.
I think we gotta kill the sound out there.
We might have to kill the sound out there. So yeah, it's working on it. Yeah. Damian, remind people to come this way.
Come on in.
Yeah, bring it in, bring it in. Bring it in tight, people. Bring it in tight. Let's get close for this. Let's get close for this. It's more seating up front. Lots of seating. I need a new beer. Tim, I need a new beer.
Tim, I need a new beer.
We all need new beers, Tim. We all need new beers. What's that? Is the fridge out of beer? There's rumors that we're out of beer too. How could that possibly be? Dom says it's not true. Yeah. There's going to be a revolt. Cancel all the investments, buy more beer. There's a whole row of chairs. There's a whole row of chairs. All right. Now.
Oh, thank you. I don't think I actually had this one.
A single-handed open.
Wow, I wanted to look all cool.
That was impressive. All right, are we all here? Have we all gathered here today?
It's a funeral.
It's a funeral. Okay, listen, everyone. Thank you all for coming. This is gonna be a short program. This is gonna be a short program. But it would be nice.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up. All right, gosh. After a few drinks and some food, it's hard to quiet this crowd down. Everyone's super pumped. All right. Take a picture of this talking crowd. All right, bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Everybody, bring it down. Bring it in. Bring it down. Bring it in.
Bring it out.
Bring it out. All right. I'm going to make a very short speech. Do you want to make a very short speech?
No, you can make a short speech.
I'm going to make a very short speech. Listen, it's almost 3 years that we launched as a happy hour. And here we are today, almost 3 years later. This is actually our 11th time doing the investment summit. And I like to remind everyone before we make these announcements that most of the companies that apply to participate in our investment summits don't raise money from our syndicates. So I want everyone to think about not just the 5 companies here today, but the 20 companies that were in our top 20, the 47 or so companies that all applied, and the 350 or more that have all applied to our past summits. How can we support these companies? They all need, what do companies need?
Money.
Money? What else do they need? Mentorship. Who can name something a company needs? Customers. Talent. Legal advice. Beer. Friends. They need friends. So keep that in mind. You met a lot of companies tonight. You meet a lot of companies all the time in our community at regular happy hours that we host, at other events. How can we help them? I always like to remind people.
Actually, I'm really excited to see where the top 20 goes. That's who I want to follow.
Well, you know what? Interestingly enough, if you looked at the top 20 from the very first investment summit that we did, a lot of them have raised massive rounds. Some of them are actually under like M&A acquisition activity right now. And they weren't in the top 5. They didn't raise money. So everybody keep that in mind. 100%. Okay. I had one important last thing I wanted to share, which is I hope you had fun tonight. And you know, when you look out to the startup community, I want you to think about, I want all to think about how we can be and represent the startup community that we want. And that can be something small, like buying beers for a friend. It could be something big, like investing in startups like the ones here tonight. It could be joining a startup. You know, there's a myriad of ways you can get involved, but think about how you as an individual could do something small to build the startup community that you want for yourself, for all of us. You know, I think if I can share something that I think is important, I don't know if everybody wants to share this. Pretty much every partner that you saw on here today didn't sign a contract with us. They just said, Zach, Andrew, let's do this. We're in. We're in as partners. It was just a handshake. We're all in. So I want everybody to think about that. That's actually pretty freaking cool.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are we ready for the announcement?
Oh yeah. Where's
Are we ready for the announcement? This is delicate. We put this on the ground.
Actually, I think we signed a contract with you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it was.
Sorry. One of them signed a contract.
This is a side conversation. It was the worst contract I'd ever seen.
It was not legally binding. It wasn't worth the paper it was written on.
And because we're friends, we didn't send it to a lawyer.
Yeah, it was worth less than a handshake. Okay, are you ready to announce the winner? These like drum. We're not gonna do a drum roll. I'm gonna let you do it.
Oh, I don't
Ready?
even know who the winner is.
Can you
I
read
have no
that?
clue.
Can you read that name?
Oh, yes, I can. And the winner is of the inaugural Life Sciences Summit, All Skin.
All Skin, let's hear it for you. Come join us on stage. Woo! Let's hear it for you, All Skin.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Come on, get your check.
Why don't you guys can
Come
take
on
a
up.
picture together with our big, massive check. Everyone get together. We like small checks here. Large amounts, small checks. This is actually the biggest check we've handed out, like physically. Would you like to say anything?
Well, firstly, thank you so much. Never in our wildest dreams did we think that we would win this tonight, especially among the amazing other co-founders that we got to meet tonight. So thank you so much for your support. We are so excited about the possibilities that All Skin has to bring, and we can't wait to get started on all the hard work ahead.
And I would just also like to acknowledge our other co-founder who's not able to join us tonight, Matt Hughes. If you're watching virtually, check it out, buddy. This is amazing. Like, we are so excited to get to work. The next 18 months are going to be a heck of a journey, and like, this is more than we could have ever imagined. Thank you.
Is that all? Is that all?
No, actually, you guys don't go away.
Yeah.
Don't go away. Stay right up
I think
here.
there's more
Stay
coming.
right up here. Stay up here. Because you know what? We have a tradition here where we don't like to stop at one deal. We don't like to stop at one deal. And I am very happy to announce that there's two more companies the TNT syndicate would like to invest in. And that is Difinity and Mach 32. Let's hear it for them. Mach 32 team, get up here. Can we get David Kim in the big screen? David couldn't make it in person.
Congrats.
You know, I'd also like to share both Allskin and Mach 32 have actually been approved by the UC Health Fund's board for investment pending final DD. So can we hear it? UC Health Fund also investing. Let's hear it for UC. Here's David. David, how you doing? Now, we'd like to do a photo together with everyone. Can we do a group photo?
Yeah.
Can we get David in there? How's that going to look, Leo? If David's in there like this, we're all in there.
I think we need
Okay.
to bring Kelly up. I agree.
Yeah, where's Kelly? Yeah, your entire team. Get your team up here. Kelly, get up here. Kelly, get up here. The team can, everybody.
Come on.
Yeah, sure. Whole team can come. Everybody's welcome. It's a massive stage. It's got room for a lot of people. Look at this. I want to get on my knee too. Yes, this is great.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Leo, you got your photos? All right. Do you want to get the investors up here? You want to do one final one? Investors in the room. Investors in the room. Let's do one big group photo together. Everybody. Let's get Megan and Lauren. Everybody up here. All finalists, all investors. Let's get up here. One big final investment. Finalist and investor photo. Let's get up here. I'll come down. Do you want to come?
You need to duck, bro. I'll get down. So get out of the way.
All right, yeah.
All right, we gotta get down.
We gotta get down. Take a knee. I'm gonna take a knee on the stage. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. One last round of applause. Pizza's on its way. Stick around. We've got beer. We've got drinks. We've got some champagne. Who would like to open the champagne? Who would like to pop some champagne? I think one of the entrepreneurs should do it.
Disclosure.
Ryan, do us the honors. Ryan, do us the honors. Let's get this champagne going.
It's an all-skin moment, I think. Congrats, man. Absolutely. Fantastic.
Just point it at the ceiling, that's all.
We're doing
Literally
sideways.
west.
I'll receive a lot of each other.
Yeah, shake it. Yeah, shake it. Shake it. We want to make a mess in here. There you go. Got it. Use two hands. Use two hands. Oh! There it is. There it is. Pour it? Yeah. Let's pour it. Let's pour it. All right, thank you, everybody. Stick around for a while. We're going to have some good fun. I always, at the end of this, I have to acknowledge the team. So even though you're all talking, I'm just going to shout over you. Jocelyn, the event manager from the Virtual Effects. She's out buying pizza for us right now. Brandon and Dom, what an amazing job on the AV. Amanda, the marketing lead that we just hired. Andrew McIsaac, the co-host. Woo! Zachary Storm. Hey! Rob Davey on the AV. All the volunteers. All the volunteers. Pulse Medica and the U-Hub Innovation, University of Alberta Innovation Hub for the tour this morning. All the investors, all the entrepreneurs, and all of you. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. We'll be around here for a while.